That I love. I absolutely love.
What's up? What's up, everybody? How's life? How's things going? Turn that music down a bit. We are back with some live astrophotography, maybe. What's up, Mazif? How are you? Good evening. Sorry, bailed on yesterday. And now it looks like we got friggin' clouds again tonight. There's some, like, a little bit of passing high wispy clouds. So, yeah, this could be, I don't know. We'll see what we get. But we have some data to process from last night. So I didn't stream last night. It was, like, really hazy. And later on in the night, it kind of cleared up a bit. And so I got the telescope out. Was able to get some data. And, well, I took some pictures. Whether or not there's really any signal in there, we're going to process and find out. If there are, it's going to be very faint and will not be impressive images. But you know, it's fun to play with stuff and learn new things. So glad to have you here this evening. Cheers to you. I've had probably entirely too much caffeine today. So we'll see how that goes. I do have the telescope out now and getting things set up, running the autofocus. I can give you a full view of the telescope software. And so it is out there, and I also have the security camera set up on the balcony, but I need to reconfigure that. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, cool. It's got that. Yeah. So that'll be... I haven't played with that in a while. Yeah. So that is a spam message. We will ban that spam bot and delete the message. Scott by Scott. What's going on, brother? Okay, we are autofocus. Now let's see if we can get playing with too many things at once here. See if I can get the polar alignment routine to run. It was having trouble solving, and it did it. So, yep. It always has trouble. If it's not perfectly in focus, it has trouble solving. So it's solving, and it's doing the polar alignment. And so, in just 1 second here, I'm going to have to switch to mobile mic and head out on the balcony. But let me get the camera. Nope, not that one. That's a window capture. There it is. There we go. And I can play. I'll play around with this some more. Let's see. There we go. I'll make that look a little bit better. Okay, we are ready to do polar alignment. So I'm going to switch mics. Is this on? It is on. All right, it's on. So let's see. Okay, now I'm on mobile mic. You deployed the 10-inch Newtonian last night. Awesome. The wind shut me down. I guess that's the thing with you got a big telescope. It's a bigger surface area, so the wind maybe affects that a little bit more. Okay, my mount is ready for polar alignment, so I'm going to hop out. You'll see me in the on the balcony camera. All right, let's go out here. A little bit chilly out tonight. That's to be expected. Okay, let's see. Hopefully those clouds. Yeah, maybe it's just kind of like one bank of clouds passing by. Hopefully that's all for the night. Off by a whole degree. That's a lot for having this set up. Oh, to have an observatory where you could just leave everything set up and not have to do this. Luckily, it's not too bad to mess with. And we also got to decide what targets to shoot tonight. I'm thinking I'll start with the Andromeda Galaxy. Get some more data on that. Not going to be fantastic from the light pollution, but it's a fun target, and we can shoot that for a couple of hours before it sets behind the rooftop here. So I would like to get some more data on that, so maybe we'll do that. Also willing to take requests. So I dial in the polar alignment. There we go. It's close enough. I call 13 arc seconds. Close enough for me. Close that. Close that. Okay, close that. Right. Get out of the cold. Unless I have to rotate the camera. Which I probably will have to do. All right. Okay. Rock and roll. All right. Let's change the mic source. I could set up. Mic check. Okay, better mic. There we go. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's see. I'm polar aligned. Let's take a look. Now I can load back up here. And we will see what it is. What it is do we want to shoot? This is another thing I could scale up. Yeah, I should figure that out. I do have a way to kind of scale up part of this screen. But yeah, anyways, I can work on that. Maybe we'll work on that tonight. I could do that. Okay, we are polar aligned, and so what do we want to shoot? I said Andromeda, so Andromeda Galaxy. If maybe we get some suggestions, but I have a sequence kind of already set up for that. So let's roll with this, and shoot till 22, unless we get some requests. And I think I can just hit start on this sequence here. Oh, whoops. No, I don't have a filter wheel. Cancel. One of these I had accidentally have the filter wheel in there. All right. Okay, there we go. We're gonna slew and center. And then so we can watch the security camera, watch the telescope slewing there, very satisfying. "10-inch Newtonian," man, that makes me pretty jelly. right at darkness here. Andromeda's kind of at a perfect spot. It's kind of right at zenith. You can see the telescope pointing straight up there. That's pretty great. Okay, it does want me to rotate, so I'm going to pop back out and switch mics again.
Mic check. Yep, I'm there. Yes, right at zenith. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't stay there, right? I can only get it for a couple of hours before it disappears behind my roof. So I need a tool. Need an M5 hex wrench. There it is. I'm kind of thinking, since I end up rotating the camera quite a lot, that having my rig be toolless, so I don't need an Allen wrench, a hex key to do that with, would be beneficial. So maybe that's an upgrade I'll work on. Wouldn't be too difficult. Just need to make some thumb screws, and I need 5.12 degrees clockwise. So high on the security cam, and my rig is a little bit temperamental to this kind of stuff. And yeah, there are some like a line of cloud here. Hopefully that just rolls on out of here and doesn't become a thing. And okay, rotate, and it's exposing. See where we're at. Oh, I knocked it way out of focus, motherfucker. Oh, crap. I thought I got this off. Now it is. Okay, that's not gonna work. I need to refocus it. To refocus. The way I have my rig set up, if I rotate it with the focuser, electronic focuser engaged, if I rotate the lens, it'll, the focuser stays in the same spot, so it'll actually change the focus, which is problematic. I have to take the focuser off to rotate the camera. And so now I'm just working on the focus. Yeah, I'll just adjust it manually and get it close. Okay, that's probably close enough to run my routine here. Okay, so now we'll start over. It'll slew. And now it's taking its picture. Solving, slewing. I think I have the rotation good. Exposing. Solving, syncing. Yeah, okay. Now it's trying to autofocus, but the focuser is not connected. So that means I've got the rotation right. Then I clamp it back down. And there's clouds are building up here. What the heck? Wow. So the forecasting app, the atmospheric app, has been unbelievably accurate for me. Okay, we're reconnected. We'll restart here. Yeah, the forecast has been like super accurate, except for these last 2 nights. Like these are the first 2 nights since I've been doing this for the last several months that the forecast hasn't been really what they've said.
All right. We're back on good mic now. So let's see. We're definitely gonna have passing, kind of coming and going, high clouds here tonight, which is pretty lame. I bailed on going camping, going out to the desert, to the dark sky site, because the forecast was iffy. Ah, yes. I'm absolutely in love with the autofocuser. So, what's up, Richard? Good evening to you. I am in Southern California. So yeah, I complain about clouds here. Probably, you probably have it worse. Yeah, at least we have a temperature advantage here. Cool, Mazif. Yeah. If the manual focus stays, and honestly, the manual focus on this lens would, I'm sure it would stay too. You know, if I locked it off. But having the remote focuser is pretty nice. It's kind of new to me. I haven't had that before. So, you know, having to do the autofocus, is pretty cool. It's pretty groovy. I really dig it. So, I just need to configure my equipment, you know, to accommodate it better. Okay, we are exposing. So we're going to start off with Andromeda Galaxy tonight. Everybody's favorite galaxy, nearby galaxy. I have some data. Oh, and I kind of just, I guess I have a picture of Andromeda up in the background here too. Which this is not it was not the gear that shot this. This was back in the days. This was like 2015. Yeah, November 7th, 2015. I shot this. This was from the desert, not the darkest of dark skies, but pretty dark. And I reprocessed it recently, and it's pretty nice. There are some issues with it. The star shapes are kind of ugly, and why that? Like the zooming. There we go. I shot this with a telephoto lens, and it was stopped down, and so you get these ugly diffraction spikes and a little bit of star trailing. So it's not as sharp as it could be, but there's nice color in there. So the field of view of my new rig is similar to this, but we're in the light pollution, so you know, not going to be able to get quite as much. But since I will get the HA data, the hydrogen emission nebula, which I think Andromeda looks really cool when you combine those, and you get the all the little red splotches and the dust bands here from the. I think it's really cool to see emission nebula in a whole nother freaking galaxy. So, one goal of mine would be to like shoot the HA data from the light pollution and then shoot RGB from the desert where it's super dark, and then, you know, merge them. And I was planning on doing that this weekend, but the forecast, it was iffy for that. And the fact that I'm seeing clouds out here right now is making me feel kind of vindicated in that. So, yeah, so we're shooting Andromeda, and once I get this going, then I'll set up the live stack, and we can we'll have a live stack going in the background. So that's up and running. Oh, and PhD is beeping at me because there's a freaking cloud rolling in the way. I'm gonna mute that because I really don't want to hear that. So, and then While that's running, we're going to play with some data. I did get some data last night. And we're going to see, is there anything in that data? Is there anything in there? I was shooting some reflection and dark nebulae, which, yeah, to be able to get it in the light pollution, probably not. Especially with limited integration time, somewhat hazy skies. But this was kind of a practice run for what I was planning to shoot in the dark skies. I still might go out later this week, like Tuesday. The forecast is looking a little better, so we'll see. Maybe I'll go out later. But we'll stack these images and see what I get. Only six subframes of that target, and then this one I have a lot more subframes. Whoops, I gotta open it up with this app. More subframes here, and this looks like maybe there was some haze or passing clouds. It's been real like kind of foggy, smoggy in SoCal last couple of days. This one we should definitely there's some signal in this one for sure. So this one will show. But we shall see. Got 15 seconds left on this exposure. We'll see what this looks like when it comes in. I'm gonna assume there's gonna be a big streaky cloud through it. Probably no good. Yeah, there's a like a cloud going through there, but despite that, we can still see some galaxy in there. Let me bring up the what scope do you have set up tonight, Richard? I have my my little Rokinon 135 rig with the Uranus C camera. Let me bring a picture of that up. I can show the that's the live view of the telescope, and look at the clouds up here. Oh man, it was supposed to be clear tonight. Like, it's the first time this forecast has kind of failed me. So there's the rig. My nice little compact Astro rig. I can bring up, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that sub exposure we just got of Andromeda. Yeah, so, well, there's, that's Andromeda. Stars look round, that's good. Not much else detail in there. Pretty washed out. These, like, high clouds. Not amazing. But I do want to set up get the live stack going. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, if you're just joining, I'm Dave, doing some live astrophotography on my balcony, the Chino Hills Observatory. I've got dual streaming YouTube and Twitch, by the way, in case you guys didn't know that. So sometimes I'm responding to chat on, responding to chat on one or the other, and so if it's like, who the heck is he talking to? Well, it might be on the other stream. But I have the chat on the stream now. So hopefully you can read that. Okay, now we're going to set up the live stream with the Easy Processing Suite. Easy Live Stack. Sounds sophisticated. Well, you know, I try. I try to be sophisticated. Fake it till you make it. Okay. Gonna get the live stack going. Image is color. And then we will set my watch folder. What's up, Star Traveler 29? How's your evening going? My evening is going, well, I mean, not too bad, right? I'm chilling. Got the stream going. And let's see, it didn't seem to, oh, there we go. Okay. So it debared and it colored. So the live stack is running. Good. Live stack is running. So we'll just let this keep going. Hopefully these clouds go. Hopefully these clouds go. Oh, cool. You were watching my recap video. Very good. Very cool. You've been taking notes on my mount. Ah, okay. What are you thinking about building, or are you working on building your own mount? Whoops. I didn't want to close that. Take those headphones off. I didn't mean to load SharpCap. So we are imaging. So that's running in the background. Let's get her going with stacking up some data here. And I want to start with, I think, oh, stupid thing. Ooh, you're gonna build a monster mount. Now we're now you've piqued my interest. And I like the approach. Definitely a good idea to start. I like to take on projects. You know, start small and build on success later. And now that I've built that mount, I would do things differently. So, but it works, and it does, for what I'm doing right now out on the balcony, it works really good. When there's not clouds, I get very consistent 5-minute exposures with guiding, and it's been very reliable. So, so it's definitely a good way to start. That's for sure. I would do things differently, but it was a fun project. And I've got a cool telescope mount. So we are going to do script batch processing, weighted batch pre-processing to stack these images. So I think I'm not gonna tell you what this guys what this is supposed to be. It's like let's just process it and then see if we can figure it out. Although you might have seen the name of the folder, which gives it away. But I need my flats. Flats. Here we go. Oops, don't need that. That one. Did you get driver cards with your steppers? No. I don't know what you mean by driver cards. You do need drivers. They're just the little chips. So in that sense, yes. But they're on the they're more part of the OnStep mainboard. And the OnStep mainboard that I bought came with them from Chad Gray Digital Arts. Okay, looking for my data here. Well, let's start with the. We'll go in order. Only 6 exposures here, but we'll try it. We'll see what we got with that. I'm thinking probably not much, but you know, could be fun. And I'm not sure if that's enough to even do a drizzle integration, but we'll run. Okay, that's running. On the bigger stepper drivers, bigger steppers of drivers are a big separate module. There's like a couple of different ways of doing. If you're talking about, like, there are like the big stepper drivers. There are like these big clunky modules that have little dip switches to change settings on. I've used those for like a different project. But I mean, as far as I know, the like TMC 2209 or whatever, I mean, they're just little, the drivers are just these little chips. I don't know if there's some limitation on what size stepper motors they can run. That may be the case. I'm far from an expert. 22. Far from an expert on that. Whoops. TMC 2209. Yeah, so I just have like these things, these guys. So yeah, I don't know if there's some limitation as to what, what kind of steppers they can drive. But I think you might be thinking of if I can spell. I think you're thinking of a stepper driver like this, right? And I'm not really sure, like, because this thing, I've used these. They're like, this thing is like this big and thick. It's a big chunky thing. So I'm not really sure why, this thing is so big and then like that does the same thing. I'm very confused myself on that. But yeah. I think maybe this is just, specialized circuitry. It's just miniaturized, and this is kind of like generic stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, far from an expert on that. So all right, that is done integrating. It goes quick when you only have 6 sub exposures. So, moment of truth here. Did we get any data? I shot this last night. I was going to stream last night. I bailed on it. And I need my process icons. But then it did kind of clear up last night. So I got the telescope out a little bit later. And, well, this looks really weird. Whoa. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that. So that's a negative. I'm gonna start over on that. Weighted batch pre-processing. Okay, let's see. Perhaps we don't want to drizzle integrate. Maybe there's not enough subframes for that to work. So we'll go without drizzling. Cool, Star Traveler. So what's your big mount? What are you planning with that? So we definitely have some clouds. That's a bummer. The live stack's not looking very great. Hopefully they'll pass. Let me get a updated forecast. Well, the forecast for the desert, where I was going to go, is still looking bad. But I think here it's still... Yeah, it shows just like poor seeing all night. I guess kind of not great transparency. But it's not showing any clouds, so it's kind of weird. So... yeah, usually the atmospheric, if you guys haven't seen the atmospheric website, atmospheric.com, they also have a website. Usually this forecast is shockingly spot on, but it seems to be missing the mark just the last couple days. Cool. You were looking at BLDC. What's BLDC motors? With big scopes. Do you like have some big scopes already, or are you like looking to get some big scopes? All right, that process redone here. Let's see if we get there we go. Brushless direct drive motors. Yeah, I'd be interested in that too. I see people doing brushless motors for robotics. You know, the jumping dogs and things. There's like it's like a little brushless motor controller you can get, and you just kind of slap it on the back side, and you know, then you've got they basically turn a brushless motor into a servo. Oh, and the plane wave mounts. Yeah, now you're speaking my language. Yeah. Yeah, you know, can you control that with OnStep, I think is the question. And the answer is maybe yeah. So I think there is some signal in here, you guys. I think. So this is Barnard 11. Or it's supposed to be. There's actually like there's like a little bitty bit of hydrogen alpha emission nebula over here. And then there's, you know, a dark nebula going through here, and I can kind of sort of see it. Let's do a background subtraction on it and then see if a gradient subtraction, and then see if those dark nebula details show up a little bit. So we'll do the spectrophotometric flux calibration. And here I have, oh, look, I set this up. Aha. I set up a little zoom here so you can see my settings on here. So I already got my filters selected, and I should just be able to run this because it should be should have an astrometric solution already. And it did. Look at that. You just connect the OnStep controller directly to the driver box. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if do you need special libraries or something in OnStep to be able to talk to that driver? OnStep has to support the driver, so I know that. Whatever that driver is. Because in the OnStep configuration, there's a, you specify the driver. So that, that I don't know. But that sounds really cool. And I would also love to try working on stuff like that. Okay, so now we will do the gradient correction. And let's just run it in default settings and see what it does. And while that's doing that, I'm going to grab some water. Very thirsty. Yeah, just make your own custom driver, right? Well, somebody might be able to. I can't. Okay, that ran. Let's see what it did. So it subtracted a gradient. Cool. And, well, it made the image very, I mean, it looks very, oh, let me close my preview here. With a little zoom. Very uniform brightness across the field. So the gradient subtraction worked really well. And I can just totally, I barely make out these dark lines in here. And man, maybe we should put some more data into this, because if I could get this to show from the light pollution, that might be kind of cool. Oh, really? They have step-by-step instructions, huh? Making drivers for dummies. You mean the actual hardware or the software? Let's run the histogram transformation on this and see. I'm not gonna mess with sharpening or denoising. Oh, we need to color calibrate. Ooh, color calibrate, of course. The software part. Yeah, I'm pretty much a software. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say I'm definitely kind of a software dummy. I mean, I can hack my way around software sometimes, but other times. I'm gonna do spectrophotometric color calibration, and you need to select your preview. Run that. Trying a new camera angle out with the stream today. I'm gonna put a backdrop back here, so I can like do the streamer thing. I have to get my you have to get your screen name designed by Dave in a neon light. They all do that, so you know, just kind of have fun with that stuff. Okay, got that good, and now we can do a linked stretch. Whoops. Linked auto stretch. Yeah, there's definitely some dark bits in there. So let's play with the histogram transformation and see if we can't just kind of bring that out. Almost. What's up, Maple Glades? Well, the night is well, there's clouds. There's clouds. So, there wasn't supposed to be clouds. The forecast app, which is usually like spot on, like 2 nights in a row has kind of failed me. So I don't know what to say about that. We still have data to play with, but you know, I was hoping to get some new data, but looks like so far it's just clouds. In Vancouver on the west coast, I'm imagining oh yeah, it's just north of Seattle, right? So you get a lot of clouds and rain up there, I bet. So, yeah, I don't want to complain too much about clouds and weather, and in Southern California. So, it's also a lot warmer here, I bet, than in Vancouver. 51 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius off the top of my head, but whoops. Oh, bummer. Oh, crap. Whoa, what did I do? Oh. I closed the histogram transformation without applying it. Whoops a daisy. Rain all day. That would definitely give me issues. That would make me feel very not great. $37 and raining is miserable cold. Miserable cold. So I'm just playing with this data. Only 30 minutes of data on this target. But we definitely do have something in here. A hint of data is all we can ask for, all I could ask for. And I see it. I can see it. It's just kind of looks like, so this is a dark nebula, which is blocking stars. And yeah, on the stream, you know, probably you're not going to see much with the compression, but there's sort of like fingers. There's sort of rows where it's a little bit darker. When I kind of zoom in and out, I can kind of see it. And so there's definitely some structure in the dark nebula there. So, oh, cool that you are with the fam, hanging out. Thanks for stopping by, brother. I appreciate you. Hope all is well, aside from the rain. So, yeah, it's there. It's there. Let's take a look. Let me see if I can find like a reference image for Barnard 11. Here's some, but boy, this is yeah, take a look at this. So this is what I was imaging. Bring that up in a separate tab. So that's the dark nebula, and I think this is mine is rotated 90. So there's kind of these two fingers here. Rotate that 90, and yeah. So see this star here is this star, and so you can see some of the darkness. Or there's just sort of, in my images, sort of a lack of stars. Looking at this guy's image, I mean, there is a lot of red here, so there is a faint HA signal back here, hydrogen signal. So perhaps with more time, integration time, I could get more of something kind of like this. So let me see if we can. Oh, shoot. Barnard 11. How much integration time was that image? This was on the Cloudy Nights forums. Did he say? 45 hours. 45. I have 30 minutes. So that image was 45 hours. Minus 30 minutes. So maybe that's worth, getting more data on. And now I'm looking at my, I just looked over at my security camera. And it looks almost completely overcast now. Oh, man. What a bummer. It was supposed to be clear tonight. Look at this. It's just like all cloud. Wow. I'm just gonna go poke my head out there real quick. Yeah, it's completely overcast. That is not in the forecast at all. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. What a bummer. I'm gonna just stop. Yeah, look at I'm just getting. It's just white overhead right now. I mean, it's like there's like a little bit of. Yeah, 0 stars. So we're just gonna stop that. There's no reason to keep that going. I'll run through these images and probably thumbs down all of them. Yeah. I'll leave the telescope set up though. We'll see. Hopefully, maybe I don't know. Maybe it'll clear up. The forecast for the north of here in the desert where I was going to go had it being bad until till later on tonight. Just don't let the neighbors know the clouds are your fault. I don't think the neighbors care. I'm the only one with a telescope in the neighborhood that I know of. So, yeah, let's see. I think I'm going to park the scope. Just so it points back towards Polaris. And we'll periodically check on those clouds throughout the night. Let's see if things improve. Yeah. The forecast didn't look. Maybe it's just really unpredictable, inconsistent weather happening right now, or something like that. And the forecast just can't be that accurate. So, yeah, because it was also going to be like almost freezing temperatures out there, like 32, 35 Fahrenheit. So being out there in the freezing cold and not getting any data. And also I've been like feeling sort of kind of sick. So like, yeah, that would have been a bad time. Definitely made the right decision to not go out there. So the bummer, but blame it on El Nino. Is it an El Nino year? Is it a El Nino year? But we still got data to play with. So that's my Barnard 11. Not an impressive image. The Optolong Cloud Pro. Is that out? Is that the new filter? Yeah, this would be a really cool. I think this would be a cool target and a nice sort of field of view, with a little emission nebula over here, one for the dark site. So that's one to maybe revisit another time. But I'm just gonna close this and well, maybe not. I'll leave it. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it open, and we'll process the next one. Weighted match pre-processing. Cloud nebula. That's kind of redundant, isn't it? Doesn't nebula mean cloud? Okay, this one I'm hoping we see something. This was one I was really wanting to shoot from the dark sky. Not that one. And 30 frames. Okay, this one. Let's see. I don't think I need to bother with drizzle integrating because it's not going to be, very great anyways. Let me fold it out. And we'll just run that. That's running. Okay, well, that's running. Yeah, bummer on the weather. Let's go and I have to remember to I have to remember to go in and delete the temporary registration files that this script creates when you're stacking files. Slows thing. Yeah, I have limited space on this drive, and so PixInsight, saves all the calibration files that it does when you're stacking, and that can fill up a drive pretty quickly if you're if you're not paying attention. So we'll stack this one up. Yeah, I was maybe Tuesday. Now I'm thinking, if the weather, although the forecast just seems to be really unreliable. Well, actually, I don't know, I guess maybe that is, maybe that is accurate, because it's, now it's showing clouds. Yeah. Monday looks kind of not great and then really bad after midnight. Tuesday looks maybe okay. And Wednesday looks maybe okay from what I can see here. So, maybe we'll give it another try. So that's calibrating. Almost done. Astrometric solution. I've been working on other things on the stream too. So I've got channel redemptions.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
And some emotes. Just some fun stuff. Done. Cool. All right. That is good. Let's load that up. Stretch that, and that doesn't look like there's anything in there. This is another, I'm not sure if this is a dark nebula or a reflection nebula, or kind of both. But there's not much in there, regardless. How much integration time? This one I did have some decent time on. Let me load this back up. 2 hours and 30 minutes on there. So let's go ahead and we'll do the spectrophotometric flux calibration and then gradient removal. That looks like it's supposed to look. Multi-scale gradient correction. Have you guys been playing with these new features in the new version of PixInsight? Looks like it did a good job removing the gradient. And then we need to color calibrate it. Oh, maybe not. There's still kind of a weird, huh? Oh, there is data in there. I can see it. Again, it's super faint, but there is some detail in there. Okay, color calibrated, auto stretch it. Oh yeah. Yeah. just a little bit right in here, right in there. That's the this is the Witch Head, the Witch Head Nebula, just near the constellation Orion. See, I've still got some weird gradients going on in there. I'm not sure why that. But there's data in there, and I didn't expect to see much from the light pollution. Mazif found the new gradient strips out too much nebulosity. Yeah. I can load some images up and we can play with it. I've noticed that too. It does seem to pull nebulosity out, but playing with the settings, you can get it to not do that. So, and we're pretty much done playing with these because there's not much to see. Not much to see on these images, but see if we can. Oops, yeah. See if we can see here. It's in there. It is. Yeah. Can you guys see the? I mean, there's just barely a bit of it in there. Yeah, it's too bad. This would be a nice field of view for this target. So, I don't know, maybe Tuesday, right? Fingers crossed. I'll be able to get out and we can get some data on that. IC 2118. So that's what this is supposed to be. And again, this one's rotated 90. And so that bright star there is in my image rotated 90. And you can kind of just start to see some of these waves of data of nebulosity in there. Just a little bit. So cool to be able to see that. Didn't expect, to get much since it's a reflection nebula and I've got a narrowband filter. But still cool to kind of just practicing getting the telescope set up and running on it. And also, last night I wanted to get the sequences set up so that when I was out in the desert, I didn't have to mess with that. I could just, get the telescope polar aligned and hit go and make, the best use of the dark hours that I had out there. So, okay. Let me remove. I can actually, let me remove the unneeded calibration frames. And then we have one more that I play with that I shot last night. This one I have a fair amount of data, but I think there's a lot of haze and a lot of sky glow, so I think this one is not going to be very impressive. I mean, I know it's not going to be very impressive, but we'll clear that out and add my files. 21. So only an hour and 45 minutes of data on this one. This one is a hydrogen alpha emission nebula. So this one should actually look like something. Yeah, I've just been kind of like a little bit sick lately. It's kind of weird. Like it was like this a few months ago too, where it's like I feel like I'm getting sick, but never like get sick. Like a sore throat, and then like a little bit of a fever, but just never turns into a full sickness. You know, COVID tests come back negative, so I don't know what the deal with that is. Cold air making the throat dry, maybe. Just kind of not used to that. You know, I don't know, but yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be camping out in the desert in the cold and then wake up in the morning with a terrible fever or something. That would be awful. So this target, I think, because there's some faint nebulosity in here, will be a good test for the new gradient removal tool. Let's see how it does. And it is stacking away. My CPU is running. Still have clouds. Okie dokie. Oh, but the interesting that the astrometric solution seemed to fail. It's the Seagull Nebula. You might see there, and there's some decent amount of data in there. I think with enough integration time, I might be able to get something fairly decent out of that. But why did the astrometric solution fail? That's interesting. Everything should be set right. Unable to find valid star matches. I'll just run it again. Nope. Well, I gotta figure that out. And let's see. Sometimes Seagull Nebula. Sometimes gotta manually find. And the online search, this online search thing in PixInsight, the online coordinate search is kind of not the greatest. Apparently this is like Seagull Nebula doesn't show up anything, so I see 2117, and that finds it. My coordinates were off. That's weird. Okay, rerun that. We'll see how that works. Wow, still failed. What the deal? What the deal? 209. Let's see. 2177. Search. Yeah. I can tell you that things will happen in 2025. You will have an opportunity for great fortune. You will have an opportunity to lose great fortune. And my image solver is just not friggin' working. That's really really obnoxious. I'm just gonna cancel. And I think it just wants to run anyways. Drop a Plurex on there first, then try again. I don't know what that is. So I'm actually, this is actually kind of an issue too. The new weighted batch pre-processing script in the new version of Blurex. Plurex. The new weighted batch pre-processing script includes the image solver. And if the image solver fails, it just keeps like it's stuck in a loop. Oh, okay, there it goes. It did. Okay, there we go. It did let me out. Like it keeps running. You hit cancel and it keeps running regardless. So let me see. I might have registered some bad. I might have calibrated some bad frames in there. So yeah, maybe. Let's see. No, those stars look round. Huh. Okay, I'll give that a try. We'll blur exterminate it first. Yeah, maybe there's just it can't. Some of the stars aren't round enough. It doesn't recognize them. Oh, I should have done. Oh, hold on. I'll do blur exterminator correct only. And look, I got my little. I did that thing so it zooms and you can actually see the settings on the tools that I'm using. That'll be probably more helpful. Okay, that ran. Now we'll try the astrometric solution image solver. And let's see, is that even the right? Make sure I have the right number on that. Yeah, I see. iCup. iCup 2177. We'll try this now. So can you run Blue X on your stream? Yeah, we can run Blue X. We can run Blue X next. Do you like my nope. That failed again. I am rather disappointed and kind of frustrated with PixInsight's image solver tool. Like, this gives me a lot of problems, and it shouldn't. Like, this should be pretty easy. Like, the computer should be able to figure out, like, I mean, the stars are not, I mean, these are like really sharp, especially after running Blur Exterminator. So I'm very not impressed with that. And other tools that are able to solve, there's other, image solving tools and scripts that like work every time. So like, why does this, I mean, it seems like that should not be a very difficult problem for the computer to figure out. Now I don't want to be too, I'm no programmer, but, oh, is this giving me issues because it's set to active windows? The script will solve the active windows. Yeah, the active window. Right. Okay. So I was thinking maybe it was having a problem because I have other windows open, but the active window. Yeah, like, why does this thing so difficult to get to work? Using local database file or online. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we can solve this. Would that be reference system? Okay, set to automatic. Yeah, okay, automatic catalog, or perhaps I should set it to local XPSD server Gaia. So I know I downloaded the Gaia catalog, right? So let me try that. Nope. Error. Unable to find a valid set of star pair matches. Image could not be aligned with the reference star field. How exciting. Yeah. Local star catalog. Online star catalog? Guess we can try that. Maybe we'll Google too. PixInsight inconsistent image solver? Ah. Yeah, hey, what's up, your Vant? You're getting errors since you did the update. I did not drizzle this data, Mazif. Are you thinking maybe like it's not seeing these as stars because they're so pixelated? Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe the smaller stars, because they're so pixelated, it's not seeing them as stars. Which again is frustrating, because like they sure look like friggin' stars. But I'm willing to try things, and you know, so we will try a drizzle integration. I got a fast computer, why not? Delete all those. That's crazy, dude. That it was working fine before, and then you did the update, and then now you're having problems. So that's like probably like a star catalog kind of problem or something, right? Okay, we will do a drizzle integration. I was not bothering with drizzle integrating since this is like, you know, not a lot of very good data anyways, and we're kind of just playing around with this stuff. But maybe I should. Yeah, cool. I mean, not cool, but also glad that I'm not the only one with issues. Yeah, like the image solver in Nina seems to be like, well, there's a couple of different image solvers, but I always seem to get a solution there. Yeah. Oh, when drizzle, you need to double the focal length. Yeah. It figures that out for you, Mazif. It'll pop up. It changes the pixel size. Yeah. Your Vant. It's super hit and miss for me. Like some images it solves just fine. Others, it's like I have to really mess with it, and then I can finally, you know, get it to go. And then yeah, but some of them it just doesn't. You will use SETI script to image solve with a solution. Are you talking about SETI Astro? Does he have an image solver script? He's got all kinds of cool stuff. I haven't looked at. I only know like a couple of his things, but I have them all installed, so I'll look at that. I'll look at that next. Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, like, of all the like things. Oh, okay, cool. City Astro does. I'll try next. Yeah, of all the things that like work, right? Like, you know, it's like it can't figure that out. It can't do the, you know, like it can't figure out the patterns in the stars, right? Like, so I don't know. I maybe it's way more complicated a process than I think. You'll need an API key for astrometry.net. I do have one. I should have one. So usually the image solver script. Wait, did that drizzle integrate? Oh, usually it automatically gives me 1.45 on here. Try that again. My stream is alias today and low frame rate. You know what oh, I know why, Scott. I changed it to I'm sure it's because I changed it to low latency mode. So, okay, I just set it back to normal latency. I wonder if I have to end the stream and restart it in order for that to, I wonder if I have to end the stream and restart it in order for that to not be the case. Is the stream dropping over on YouTube, you guys? Yeah, I tried I put it on low latency mode, which is probably not. I mean, it's like I got the conversation's got to be on point, you know. So maybe not. Yeah, and this is totally failing on the image solver, so just yeah. The date is correct, but the time is off on the image solver. Are you talking about on my image? It's good for you, Star Traveler. Cool. Yeah. So it's a. I mean, it was a Twitch specific setting, So I may need to end the stream and restart it in order for that to. Yeah. Feels like 720 upscaled to 1080. Yeah, this is probably the low latency setting do that. Low latency setting doing that. Hours. This time. On yours, I think. Yeah. Maybe that's what. Maybe I should pay attention because look at. Here's my image solver script, and yeah, look at the time. 10 hours. That's not right. 10 o'clock? No, this would have been like when I shot this. Yeah, it's just got the time wrong. Is that really the only problem? Well, that would be nice. But why would the time be wrong on the... That's really strange. This would have been like 2 in the morning. All right, I'll set the time and then run it again. You think the 1.9 update was kind of meh? I mean... Yeah, I wonder... Let me look at... So if I look at my data... yeah, it was like, no, it still didn't freaking do it. Yeah, I started imaging this at 1:44 a.m. So like 2024, month 12, day 29, 2 a.m. Well, maybe I have the wrong... I see... I see 2177. Whoops, search. What? Whoa. That's new. Okay, not. Wow. Two a.m. Yeah, now I'm wondering if my, if my coordinates are right. Okay, it's running again. No, it keeps just kicking it back. Yeah, that's lame. Well, maybe we can't get an image solution. We'll try that SETI Astro script. That guy's a freaking boss. Did the Twitch stream update or change for you guys? Do I need to restart? I think I have to restart both streams. Yeah, and see, and then it wants to just keep running. Okay, there it goes. Did that cancel it now? Oh no, it did. It did. I do have it. Yeah. See if it matches. All right. So I got my stacked image. So I guess we'll try SETI Astro. Let's see. Blind Solver 2000, I guess. I'm going to rename this. Script, SETI Astro, Blind Solver 2000, Astrometry.net API key. So I definitely have, let's see. Yeah, I definitely have, I think I have that set up in one of the solvers on Nina, plate solving. Yeah, astrometry.net. There we go, API key. Yep. Hopefully I can use the same API key two different places. Start plate solve. So SETI Astro script uses astrometry.net, which that just sends it to there. So that, yeah, astrometry.net is that the gold standard for plate solving? I think it kind of is, from what I gather, because it sends it to their servers and then it does its thing. And update on the clouds. There's still clouds. Sorry. Still clouds. So that brought up the plate solver script. That's weird. Telescopulus site. Never heard of Telescopulus. That sounds cool. I don't think that worked. Oh, you need the solver window? So what is it like? Does that look it? I'm like, why did that pop up now? Another thing I don't know is if there's got to be a way, I don't know how, but once you have an image once you have a solution on an image, like how do you know that it's there? Set should update the solver with the parameters from astrometry. Ah, gotcha. I'm like, what? I don't want this one. Close this one. Yeah, so the forecast right now shows cloud. I mean, it doesn't show clouds. It just shows kind of haziness and poor seeing. But it doesn't show clouds. And I mean, we've got like full-on clouds. So that's a bummer. Okay, so this, I guess this is, then just hit OK on this. I'm gonna go peek the balcony again. Okay, I missed it. It must have run. Gotcha. So yeah, is there a way? No, did it error? Did it fail again? Or is this my error from before? Now I'm confused. Did it solve? And how do you know? Okay, so this is the one we did before. This one definitely has a solution. Like, how do you know if an image has an astrometric solution? Like, is there a button somewhere? Yeah, we're gonna Google that. PixInsight. Look for a process called fits header. Oh, because it'll be in the fits file. Okay, yeah. Oh, fits header. Select the image. And let's see. So there's a lot of stuff in here. How to know. I mean, it's got coordinates, but that's in the header. I think when the image is, when the image is recorded, right? Object, latitude, longitude. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen that it shows that the solution's been applied. But how do you see later? Like, so reading the fits header, I'm not info about the image integration. Yeah, so yeah, this is metadata when recorded, which includes the object RA and declination. But this image has a astrometric solution. Should have. So how do I know? Whoops. I don't want to hit replace. Okay, according to Google's AI, which is always wrong, it's like terrible. Open the images info panel, where you see a section labeled astrometric solution. Open an images info panel. Well, I don't know how to do that. Is that even a thing? Google's AI is friggin' worthless, dude. How is that? Yeah, I feel you. Right, you can just run SPCC, but I want to know, like what if I want to, like there should, it should tell you somewhere, right? Yeah, okay. Image has no astrometric solution, but like, can I look that up somewhere? Okay, according to Google's AI, it says open the images info panel. Is there even such thing as an info panel in PixInsight? We're all gonna be PixInsight experts after a few more of these streams, you guys. View Explorer? No. Oh wait. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. We found it. We found it. Like I said, we're experts. Okay. If you go to the View Explorer, and when I click on the views, there's a section, astrometric solution, and on this seagull one where it's not solving, it's not there. So look at that. We are gooder at everything. Let me see if I can zoom that. Display capture. I have to like manually zoom this. Here we go. Here you go. So yeah, this like View Explorer on the side. These are little side tabs, View Explorer. And then you select your view. So I have 3 images open right now. Select your view, and then there's this which is off the screen. See, there's an astrometric solution section here. Seagull doesn't have that. So, figured it out. I mean, figured out how to know what I already know. But that's, you know, at least we learned something. At least we figured something out. Now, why this image won't, why I can't get an astrometric solution on this image is pretty obnoxious. Almost as not obnoxious as clouds when there's not supposed to be clouds. Actually, I think this is really more of, I went outside and took a peek, and it's really more like fog, which, yes, fog is clouds, but it's like a low level. You know, fog looks a little bit different than like clouds, right? So, and I wonder if it shows up on the weather map. Clouds, yeah. I don't see much for clouds there, and there's some kind of wispy stuff off. Humidity. It's pretty friggin' humid. Visibility. So 14.9 miles. Well, I don't know about that. Air quality is pretty ass right now, so that's that's part. Did somebody start a fire? No hurricanes. Winter weather. No winter weather. Yeah, so why can't I get a freaking astrometric solution on here, huh? Even using astrometry, astrometry.net. Guess we can. Yeah, we'll try this again. What was that error? Oh, we don't need to worry about that. We'll try this again. Watch and see if it gives some example of what's going on here. When I got up this morning, it looked very much like it does out right now with this like fog stuff. Let's see. Job ID, respond, blah, blah, blah. Waiting for status check process to update. Yeah, let me know how it goes for you, Yervant. Calibration script process started. Waiting for calibration process to complete. Retry 1 out of 90. 2 out of 90. Okay. Astrometric solution. Okay, it got it. So it did it. Astrometric solution applied successfully. Running full image solver. So now it runs this. So just hit OK. Ah, got you, Star Traveler. So that may be where it's failing, is it is forecasting fog conditions, different than just other cloud stuff. Where are you imaging from? Did that work that time? Process console just it did not. Interesting. So now I'm getting some interest. This is something different. I think I'm gonna screenshot that error. All right, so whoops. Western Montana. Wow. I bet it's pretty dark up there, yeah? So look at these errors. I don't know if I've seen this before. Warning. Blah, blah, blah. Script blind solver. File path is read-only. Parameters is read-only. Information is read-only? That's interesting. Is that the problem that I'm having? Not that it can't solve it, but it just can't write the file? It works for you, Yervant? Cool. Is that the Astro script? Portal 3. Ah, wow. Damn, that's pretty sweet. I mean, it's not sweet if you want to, like, go to a concert, probably, right? Or, like, the live music scene's probably not really happening around there. But, the live astronomy is probably pretty darn happening. Yeah, I wonder if these errors are these warnings are my problem. Because the image can be solved by astrometry.net, but I get these errors, these warnings. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna close that. Oh, near Missoula. Okay, yeah, no, I have friends that are from that area. Yeah. No, okay. All right, I stand corrected. I guess you don't. I mean, it's pretty rural, a lot of Montana, so you probably don't have to get too far from the city. Yeah. You. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what I do is I'm gonna make a so I just made a copy of that image and moved it to a different directory. And I'm just gonna run image solver again. Just try that. I used SETIs after PI image solver failed. After SETI applied the solution, I X'd out of the pop-up PI image solver and the solution script worked. Interesting. Does it, if you go do that, if you look at the view explorer, does it tell you that you have an astrometric solution? Okay, now this failed, but it didn't give me those warnings. Yeah, friggin' weird, huh? Okay, let's try SETI Astro script. This is all really exciting stuff, I'm sure. But we're trying to learn new things. We're trying to solve problems. So it said the solution was applied. It's just not liking this image for me, I guess. I don't know. I other images I've had issues with. I've been able to get it to work. That's actually not entirely true. There's been a few where I haven't been able to get it to work. I don't know what's the deal. And while that's trying to run, I'm gonna go at least. I'm gonna pop the lens cap on my on the lenses out there, so they don't get condensation and stuff. Okay. Astrometric solution applied successfully. So now you said you just close this. And then I'll close that. And now I'll look at this. It does not say there's an astrometric solution. And the flux calibration tool fails. I'll try it again. And then if this doesn't work, well, we'll just move on. I think I've tried enough. And then we'll do something with some actual color or something neat. So it's waiting for status. What image what are you processing? Waiting for calibration check process to complete. Okay, so that ran. Now this pops up. Now you just run this, right? Ooh, Iris Nebula. It's not one that I've ever imaged myself. Nope. I'm pretty sure that just gave me all kinds of errors again. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't really need it. I mean, 6 hours on the Iris. Had clouds in Florida the past week. That's a bummer. Well, we've got clouds here and got a lot of clouds here lately too. So, all right, we're just gonna move on, and we're just gonna do I mean, there's not a lot we can do with this image anyways, so it's not like I'm really missing out on too much, but I'll just run Graxpert to subtract the gradient, which honestly Graxpert usually works pretty darn good anyways. And yeah, like, I mean, it pulled out. That's kind of what we would expect it to pull out. And yeah, that's the Seagull Nebula. This could look cool. It's a good field of view for this object. Obviously, it just needs a lot more time. It's only like an hour and 40 minutes, I think. But yeah. So. You like using linear fit to equalize your colors. Yes, you need solve to use Flux and Mars. Linear fit, yeah, there's like a, maybe I'll try that right now. There's an auto linear fit script, although Graxpert seems to also do that. Because now it's like the colors are already pretty close to calibrated. Yeah, I kind of like, I think it's really cool to have, a really good idea to have, and just like have as many like tools in your, in your toolbox as possible. And like Graxpert is one. It's there. If you guys don't know, Graxpert is a plugin. It's a free it's a free plugin, like an AI kind of thing for subtracting background gradients. And I oftentimes find it does the best job, and that's the easiest. You just click apply. You don't have to like calibrate shit or mess around with image solutions or anything like that. So, Hidden Light Photography has a linear fit script. I think I have the toolbox script here, auto linear fit. I think this is probably the script you're talking about. Yeah, doing a linear fit is really annoying because you have to like subtract the it's like so many procedural steps that's just really obnoxious to have to do. But all right, let's run it on this image. Yeah, Astro Image Primer. Yeah, cool. All right, we're trying the auto linear fit. I can just tell looking at here the colors are already, like close enough. So. Oh, okay. So you're thinking of a different auto linear fit script. Yeah, that did not do a good job. That was really bad. Don't want that. this is a case where I'm just going to use the background neutralization and color calibration tools. I don't even really need to. I mean, there's really not much, just really not much data in here. Oh, okay. Oh, you can select which mean channel. Oh, yeah. So that one I just used, yeah, didn't do that. But, yeah, kind of these legacy tools, just the regular background neutralization and color calibration tools by selecting a background preview. I mean, these will work. These will work good enough for, you know, since there's really not much data in this image. But it definitely makes me want to spend more time on it. And redo the auto stretch there. Yeah. Makes me want to spend more time on it. We'll run Blur Exterminator and Noise Exterminator and just kind of see what we can get out of it. Yeah, I'm thinking this fog is here to stay tonight, unfortunately. Subtract the stars and see what we have in there. Hidden Light Photography. I think I've got some of his scripts. Astro Image Primer. Oh, maybe not. Huh, the name sounds familiar, but I guess I don't, yeah. I haven't seen these before. I'll have to check those out. Thanks for the tip. All right, pull the stars out. And I'll just run Noise Exterminator. Smooth this out a bit. Not going to be able to see much. Let's see, which one is that? Seagull integration, auto cropped. There we go. Close that and then yeah, there's not it's pretty hard to differentiate that from background without really clipping the background. Nah, there's something there. Honestly, for only like an hour and 40 minutes, you know, from the light pollution, that's not too bad. And that shows really what I like about doing this is it's like, oh, cool, that's a new target. That's something I got to go back and you know, add some data on. So that'll be fun to work on. SETI Blinder 2000. Ah. Huh. Yeah, I wonder. You know, yeah, it's a new feature, so maybe there's a bugs in there. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna just well, we can do a little bit of curves on this. Let's just kind of boost this up a little bit here and. Oops. Bring the saturation up. Yeah. Let me work on the stars. I use SETI Astro strips for script. Narrowband to RGB stars, and then he's got a one-shot color. And apply a star stretch of 3.5. Yeah, if it starts out foggy in the night, the fog's not going to clear until the next morning, right? I think that's pretty, I think that's a kind of a guarantee. Then you use Pixel Math to combine these back in. I mean, you know, from the light pollution, yeah, that's not too horrible. And that's I mean, like, you know, if this was a you know, if you've never seen an astrophotograph before, that's pretty cool. I look forward to adding more data into this one. But I don't think I'm going to get any more data tonight. Tony's stars back script. Yeah. Is that the hidden light photography guy? I just closed the tab. History. Why is that not on my recent tabs? I'll look it up another. Yeah, it is. All right, let me. I think you were telling me about that the other night. HLP? Yeah, hidden light photography. Stars back. Ensuring DSO star images. Ensuring DSO image and star image names match and entering math formulas into PixInsight are a thing of the past. That saves some clicks, doesn't it? Cool. Does he have a repository for installing? Yeah, he does. I'm gonna install his scripts and then we'll play with a new image and we'll try it on the new image. Now, do his repositories, does his repository work? Do his scripts work with the latest version of PixInsight. Let me save this. Save that Seagull Nebula shot. Updates, check for updates. I wonder also if, let me see, because I don't have the easy processing script. I haven't been able to get that to work with with the newer version of PixInsight. Just want to see if I have it in. I think I don't. I think I took it out. Oh, the scripts work. Cool. Cool. RC Astro, narrowband normalization, SETI Astro, RC Astro. Yeah, I don't. Let me try. While I'm doing this, I'm going to try to get the easy processing suite working again too. All right. That stopped working with the latest release. And so let's run the updates. See if this works. Aha. Huzzah. It shows up now. HLP Astro Scripts and the Easy Processing Suite. That was not working before. Let's apply that. And okay. Okay, downloaded. Now we restart. So Yarvant, you're down there in Florida, right? Is that what you said? How's the most places in Florida are going to be pretty light polluted, I would assume. Let's see. Scripts. Hey, look at that. Easy Processing Suite is back. Awesome. Cool. And now we have HLP. And we have the Stars Back script. Very cool. Okay, so we played with the data I got last night, which was not really amazing data, but it was data. And let's see. So I've got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff. Which should we play with? I've been having fun with Orion's Belt. This Orion's Belt shot. This is one I wanted to process on the stream. Hudson, Florida. Bortle 5. Well, that's not too bad. Oh, right on the coast. Oh, okay. Sure, I bet right on the coast, if it's kind of rural there, then it can be pretty dark. You've only got lights on one side of you, right? I've only been to well, that's not true. I was going to say I've only been to, I guess I've been to Central Florida, but then driven from Central Florida up to Georgia. Not really much on the Gulf Coast. I load my process icons. So here's my image of Orion's Belt. Now I opened Image Solver and wanted Image Solver to put it right where I have my catalogs. Okay. So this image does have an astrometric solution. So it did it when I stacked it. I stacked this one a while ago. So this is like 3 nights of data. I think it's like 6 hours or more. I've processed this before, but I want to process it again and maybe play with the colors a little bit because it's a cool image. And yeah, so I got about 6 hours of data on this. Your catalogs didn't show, although they are where you installed them. Is that after you've installed the update? Because installing the update seems to break things. I had it break things for me as well. Like the Gaia catalog that I had downloaded, it like overwrote and deleted those. So I had to re-download all, 15 gigs of that or whatever, right? So we've got Orion's Belt and with the beautiful Horsehead Nebula region. A lot of faint HA, but really good, pretty good signal in here. Definitely one I want to add more data to. And this was shot from the Chino Hills Observatory, my balcony. So let's use the new tools. We'll flux calibrate it. I think this goes pretty quick. That's done. And now we'll try the multi-scale gradient correction. Now this is where it was subtracting too much nebulosity. But playing with the settings, I think we can get it to work pretty good. Yeah, so definitely like it's all this pink here. It should not have, this is signal. It should not have pulled that out. And then this kind of looks empty here, where there should be signal in there. So it definitely subtracted that. It should not have done that. So I started with increasing the gradient scale. So I'm going to double it to this 2048 and try it again. See if we can get this to do something a little bit more favorable. Still a bit. It's kind of smoothed it out, but there's definitely still some pink in there. So I'm going to double the scale again to 4096. Run it again. Yeah, I've used Fame, yeah. Oh, that's a cool idea. I might have to steal that idea from you. So that's with this turned up to I think that's pretty good actually. Or is that, did that pull out? That might be pretty good. So it's kind of pink here, but I think that's what I wanted. Like there's definitely some like reddish pink down here. And like if I look, there's some really faint like wispy HA signal here. And that's still there after these. So that's the after, that's the before, that's the after. So I think just increasing the gradient scale works for me on this image. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we'll try that. Don't need the background anymore. And then we'll try the color calibration. Get a preview image, background sample, and run that. Telescopus site. I think it won't let you post the link in the chat. Go ahead and give it a try if you'd like. I think it's like an anti-spam, kind of feature. So, but if you want to post a link, I'll check it out. And now we'll do a linked auto stretch, and that looks good. I think that looks really good. There's a whole look at there's a lot of whoops, wrong button. There is a lot of faint HA hydrogen signal still in this image. Especially up here in this corner here. This is looking really good. Okay, so now we're all kinds of calibrated. Now we run Blur Exterminator. I'm gonna switch the music out. Switch the music vibes up too to the cozy jazz music. Blur Exterminated, always an outstanding plugin. Yeah. Okay. Remove the stars with Star Exterminator. What's everyone's week looking like? You guys got work this week? You got work between Christmas and New Year's? New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, right in the middle of the week. I know Scott's going to Vegas. Got another video coming too for my YouTube channel in the next, well, hopefully it'll be live next week. Sure, I can get it done by then. About upgrades to my Dobsonian telescope. Star Exterminated. So look for that coming next week. Do you guys remove the stars like right away? I try to get the stars out of there. Like, do you remove the stars before doing like noise, denoising? I feel like I'm kind of unique in that. Not a lot of people are doing that. I don't see in the tutorials and things that I see. But it seems like it's a better workflow. Your profile. Oh, cool. Okay, we can check it out. So there's noise exterminated, and I cranked the detail up to 0.89 on that. My noise exterminator settings. 0.9 denoise and 0.89 on the detail. Looks pretty good. Then we stretch it. Bring the preview up. And darken the background. Now this is kind of interesting. There's some bright area in here as I bring this dark down. Yeah, like there's some gradient left over in there. Yeah. Now that is an interesting result. Maybe learning something here. So there is some really not nice looking brightness in the top area of this image. And I'm wondering if that is a result of just a poor gradient subtraction. So I'm going to make a clone of that image, and then I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back here, and then I'm just going to use Graxpert. To subtract the gradients. And then I'll do the other processing steps. Ah, there we go. The whole workflow. Thanks. So that's a gradient that Graxpert removed. And also looks good. Looks fine. And color calibration. Grab a background preview for that. Use BlurX STF, crop, screen transfer function, crop, BlurX, correct only, then Graxpert, noise X, linear fit, SCNR, star stretch, stat stretch, star stretch, noise X. So you did a noise exterminator after a non-linear stretch? Usually I want to denoise before stretching. It's always been my strategy. So we're working through the same processing steps, but this time with a Graxpert background subtraction. And we should, we'll make another star image. Maybe that have a problem. You do denoise before stretch, yeah. That's always been my understanding, is because you don't want to stretch the noise. Stretch the noise. Do not stretch the noise. Because I used to use the multi-scale linear thing tool. I can't remember the full name of that tool for denoising, and I was like, gosh, what a pain. Now it's just so much easier. Okay, got the stars removed. Noise exterminator. I'm gonna do the same settings. Cool. So then, histogram transformation on that. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, every image requires a little bit of a different approach, doesn't it? So I can just see right away this is significantly better. So the moral of the story is your gradient subtraction, and I've been kind of bitten by this before, is that your gradient subtraction, like the gradient subtraction is like is probably the most important tool in processing astrophotography images, particularly when imaging from the light pollution. And it's tricky because it's one of the first things that you do, but then you might not see the effects of it until many steps later. Kind of frustrating workflow in that sense. So this one here was the one where we used the new multi-scale gradient correction tool. And granted, I may have used the tool suboptimally, but at the time it looked like it did a really good job. But then after stretching the image and adding the contrast, then now there's this big bright area up here, this is really awful, ugly. It's kind of hard. I don't know how well you can see that in the stream. And then this is the image that I used Graxpert on. So Graxpert wins the day again. the free tool. I try to use the new. I want to try to use new tools. I want to try to stay, I don't want to say ahead of the curve, but I want to try to stay. You want to keep up with the new stuff that's coming out. You don't want to be too stuck with the old ways. You want to know how to use all the tools. And it may just very well be that this new tool just doesn't work very well for this image or this kind of image or this image scale or whatever. But now we've got the other tools as well. Yeah, you gotta stay current. Exactly. You gotta stay current. Okay, that's a cool idea. And you use that script for the linear fit, right? Yeah, you got to stay current. I mean, with computer stuff in general. I mean, software, people that are like reluctant to install a new version of Windows or whatever. And believe me, I feel that too. Like I held off on Windows 11 for a while. I held off on Windows 11 for a while. Windows 10 was a great product. Great operating system. But you got to stay current. You can't get stuck. Things are always gonna change and upgrade and adapt. And if you get stuck in your ways, if you get stagnant, you get left behind. And you might say like, well, this works for me. I don't need to, change things and, be stubborn about it. And, well, okay. But then when the world moves on, and then, Windows 95 isn't supported anymore, and it's gone, you're like, well, sorry. So, anyways, there's my rant on that. I gotta go use the restroom. I'm gonna run an ad on Twitch. Oh, it won't let me run an ad. I guess it's been running them. I'm in SoCal, Southern California. Yeah. Let me go hit the head real quick. I'll BRB. Oh, cool. So you got family in SoCal, huh? Yeah, SoCal's, you know, I like living out here. It's crowded. It's expensive. It's fucking expensive. But you know, when it's like 75 in January, you know, or in Florida when it's like 90 with 100% humidity and thunderstorms. And the mosquitoes in Florida, oh my god. Bro, forget it. Yeah. Can be pretty great. All right. Let's get back at this image here. I've processed this one before, but I kind of want to play around with it some more. I want to play with the narrowband normalization script or the narrowband normalization tool, just to see what we can do with the colors. This region is amazing. It's really beautiful, but just having this like kind of be only red is a little dull. Wait, that's weird. Is this? Yeah, that's non-linear. Oh, I think I was looking at the stars. Why is it too? Processes, all processes, narrowband normalization. There we go. So we can change the red to yellow. Don't really want that. That gives me more pink. Kind of yellow and green. Orange and green. That looks really awful. So this is one thing with my images. This narrowband normalization tool, I find, has really sort of enhances the noise, or it just doesn't look good because the image is just a bit too noisy. So here's a good example. Let me apply that here. You can see a before and after. So in the areas where the signal is strong around here, it looks pretty okay. But then in the weak signal area, you get this very distinct two colors, this pink and blue. And I mean, I guess it's a dual narrowband filter, so maybe that's just a limitation of the filter. But this looks really ugly. I don't like this look at all. So it's tricky to use this tool. And then you can see if I turn that off, I just get a smooth gradient of like red to dark. So just a much nicer looking image. And I guess it's really just a matter of the amount of the signal to noise ratio in the image, maybe limitation with that. So we've got some other images. Maybe we can try that on and to make that look differently. Yeah, and Ellen. Yeah, this is also Ellen Hans. Yeah, only to do Horsehead and Flame. Yeah. I think these images are just. I mean, I'm working with much more limited gear, so and for what it is, it's pretty great. you know, this is just a little uncooled planetary camera. And so I don't even calibrate darks or bias frames in there. I've tried to calibrate dark frames, but it makes the noise worse. And I'm pretty sure that's because of mismatched temperature. So you really have to have like the cooled camera to be able to set the temperature, so all your light frames and your dark frames match temperature, so you match the noise to subtract. That's kind of what I'm assuming. So I only stack flat frames. There it is. Yeah, that's my understanding. They do make the same camera in a proper cooled version. And I'm like, should I buy that? And it's like, you know. You know how the rabbit money hole can go, right? So at this point on the image, I like to do local histogram equalization. I'll do range selection, just to select the brighter areas. So apply that mask. And then local histogram equalization. When I forget that I can show, it's a new feature for the stream. I made this little pop-up window so you can see what I'm working with. I have a 4K display, which is awesome, but it makes it not kind of great for sharing on doing like streams or screen recordings, because all the buttons and text get really small. For me it's fine because the display is huge, right? It's a 42-inch monitor, but yeah, then it gets shrunk down for the web. It doesn't look very good. So I need like a little pop-up thing here to show what I'm doing. Cool is the way to go. Yeah. Do bias and flats and dark flats if you're not going to do darks. Cool. I could give that a try. Bias and flats. So, bias, I thought bias also needed to be color calibrated. The same. Or sorry, temperature calibrated. But you actually, when you do dark flats, bias or darks, do it in the dark room, so in case you have light leak in the train, it won't affect them. Yeah. I think I do have a light leak. Just a super minor one. So, yeah. Gotcha. Oh, so they don't. Okay. You know what? Maybe we'll try that right now, because we could do that with the clouds. We could shoot calibration frames. We could do something. So, maybe. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to calibrate to take these calibration frames, and I'll stack it with this same image. Then we'll compare. Yeah, because there's no light going in, so the filter won't matter, right? So my computer is still running out there. And so, Okay, so dark flats. It should just, so dark flats should be just the same. I don't think I need the flat wizard. Dark flats should just be the same exposure time as my flats, but with the lens cap on, I'm guessing. I'm doing some Google searching in the background. If chat knows, chat can let me know. Flat frames. He says right. Cool. Okay. He confirms. Thank you, sir. So my flats were 0.4 seconds. And I'm gonna just go ahead and guess that I want to shoot the same number. And I have 20. So I'm going to solve for flats first. What does that mean, solve for flats? Because I'm thinking I can just go 0.4 seconds. And yeah, the same gain and everything. If I just call this DF. And I'll just run that. Use a value of 2,500, 25,000. Just do 50 each. What's the value of 25,000? So now I'm just clicking. I'm just shooting 0.4 seconds. I put the lens cap on over there. So this should be a dark flat frame. Yeah, so my flats, I've already done the flats and they're 0.4 seconds. So I'm just shooting the same exact the same exposure time for the dark flats. Does that sound right? Okay, so I got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is exciting. This is some like top-notch streaming right here. Astrophotography calibration frames. Okay. There, so now I have 20 dark flats. And I'll make a new folder. Copy those over. And then bias frames. I'm pretty sure bias frames are just the minimum exposure time. Oh, yeah. That's you were talking about the value for the histogram. Gotcha. Yeah. I use my tablet. I use a tablet and a t-shirt. So just a white light. And that seems to work fine. So Yeah, so I need to find what's the fastest. All right, so I've got my, oh, I gotta rename some stuff here. A little bit of file management. I probably should take some new flats because these flats are like, I shot them a long time ago, but they still seem to calibrate, you know, the vignetting and stuff just fine. And there's like, yeah, so, but if there's like new dust modes, but I don't see dust modes in my calibrated images, so I don't worry about that. Okay, flats and dark flats. So now I need to know what's the fastest, for bias frames, that's the minimum exposure time. So I gotta figure out, I think Nina shows me that in the camera settings. It does, look at that. There's the minimum exposure time. Sorry, this is too small to read on the screen. Yeah, I did the same thing with a white t-shirt, yeah. I only did 20 flats. Yeah, bias are the fastest. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 zeros, and then a 1. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Now we are shooting bias. Boom. Takes way longer to save the image. So we're gonna shoot 20 bias frames. And we'll see if this makes a difference in my images once I stack it up. That'll be exciting to find out. So at least we can learn something and maybe make some progress tonight, even if we can't gather new data, you know. And I know I've tried calibrating in bias frames before with this camera, with these images. But maybe I also tried it with dark frames that were suboptimal because they were different temperature, and maybe that screwed it up. So I don't know if I tried bias and dark flats without darks. Okay, I have 20 bias frames, so I'm copying those. New folder, bias, I'll paste them. Either that or I need to buy a new camera. It's gonna take a lot of gifted subs to pay for a new camera. Or super chats on YouTube. But it's all good. I think it's kind of fun to kind of make the most of the gear that I have, or you know, like what's the best you can do kind of on like budget gear, because astrophotography can totally just turn into this like it's kind of just a contest of who has the best gear, you know, a lot of times. So yeah. Yeah. Do you shoot all those calibration frames like for every night? Rabbit hole indeed. Because I've just been reusing. I mean, I know, like, so if you have a cooled camera, and then you should really only have to have one, like for the dark frames, you should really only have to have one set of dark frames. I mean, or one set for every temperature. So if you're shooting everything at like, you know, -10, then You should be able to use your -10 dark frames. I am on Cloudy Nights. Yeah, designed by Dave. Well, pretty much all my posts have been in the ATM forum for the the telescopes that I build. So, okay, let's try. I'm very excited now to try stacking this image. Okay, so bias. I'll add my bias frames. Oh, whoops. Went one directory too far. A bias. And I don't have darks. I have flats. Yeah, right. That's weird. Why is that? Add my flats. Cool. Challenger 75. Right on. I'll have to look you up on there. What the heck did this thing? This thing just did some weird. What the heck is this? This thing is doing weird stuff here. Hold on. Bias. What? All right, hold on. I'm restarting PixInsight. This thing is doing a weird thing. Like I'm clicking on one. I'm clicking one thing and it's doing something else. We're restarting. Right. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, you may not need new flats. And I haven't changed anything, so that's why I've been able to get away with using my flats. But yeah. Weighted batch pre-processing. Yeah, it was doing weird things. I was selecting them and they were like adding them into the wrong area. So, plus directory. I can do that. Calibration frames bias. Select folder. Okay, that's weird. It says warning. All these files have been added as a light frame. What? Okay, hold on. What in the heck is this doing? Bro, this is being freaking weird. Why is this... Okay, so I'm on the bias tab. Bias frames. Add files. Here's my bias files. Selecting them all. Open. 20 out of 20 frames were added. They're not there. Look, it's putting them into the lights. Why is it putting my bias frames into the lights? What are you doing, PixInsight? That's a new one. Yeah, so I've been able to add my flats. Like just select them and so those are there. Like I selected my flats and they're there. Now where do you add your dark flats? Plus bias. Maybe I'll try that tool. Okay, that worked. Oh, plus files. Oh, okay. This thing is just kind of weird. Weirdly organized. Yeah, okay. Plus bias. All right, darks, flats, lights. So where do you add dark flats? Just has. I know where to get my lights. Yeah, gotcha. Dark flats goes in the dark folder. Cool. All right, let me add my lights, which was Orion belt. Add more. It's still cloudy out too, by the way, guys. Okay, so darks, we'll go plus darks, and then calibration frames, dark flats. Okay, I have bias, I have dark flats, I have flats, I have lights. Post calibration, enable 2x drizzle, and 6 hours and 45 minutes. And then I need my output directory. So that is Orion belt, but I actually already have data in there, so I gotta move a couple of things around. Cool. So if you name those directories, PixInsight will automatically pick them up. Is what I'm assuming. Is what you're saying. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds cool. Okay. Run. Warning, frames will be calibrated using a master dark with non-matching exposure time. Master dark has an exposure time of blah blah blah. Okay. Use keyword night. Yeah, cool. Yeah, is that right with the... Okay, so, it did tell me that the dark frames are different exposure time. So that doesn't quite seem right to me. Dark flat weighted batch preprocessing. Let's see. Okay, you can simply add them as darks. Should recognize their duration and group them with generate a master dark as your flats. Okay. Someone on the internet, so now there's two people on the internet have confirmed the same thing. So, even though it gives me this warning though, so, yeah. Night 1, night 2, yeah, cool, yeah. Alright, we'll just run this. And now is the time that, like, you know, I've got the, like, sort of smooth jazz music going here, the cool, cozy jazz. I feel like I should have a cognac or something. Maybe some more water. Still cloudy. So how much better or worse? Dark flat time must match flat time or you will get an error. Yeah, it should. It should. Oh, and this is the point where I like to show off my processors. I like to show off my CPU action. Look at this performance. Look at those cores cranking. Dark flats 0.04 seconds. My flats are 0.04 seconds. Yeah. So, previous image was calibrated only with flats. Now I'm calibrating dark flats and bias frames as well as flats. Is it gonna look better? Is it gonna look worse? Did I shoot the calibration frames correctly? I think I did. Throw your predictions in the chat. Most important calibration frame is flats. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's been my understanding, and I've been calibrating flats. Without calibrating flats, these images were looking terrible from this rig. So yeah, really, and I kind of fought with it a bit. It took me a little while, even using the Nina's script to find the right like exposure time. Like it took me a little while to figure that out. But now, as far as I assume I have it working because everything I stack with those flat frames looks pretty darn good. So. What's your cat? Okay. Oh, we get some cat time too. Say hi, Mr. Cat. She's not a very talky cat. Unless you've got treats. The one with all the frames came out the best. Well, yeah, I mean, presumably, you're a cat person too. Good. Well, you found the right stream because we have astronomy and we have cats. Well, we have one cat. One cat is plenty enough cats for me. I do get local normalization failures a lot on PixInsight's the weighted batch preprocessing script. Like local normalization is something that's supposed to be good, but I find that works like, I don't know, it's hit and miss on my images. Oh, I'm sorry that your cat passed. On your next cruise. That's cool. Go pick up some cats down in the Caribbean or something. Some strays. Okay. Stack completed. It's doing its astrometric solution. I have been. I think the one thing that I've been most disappointed with my new imaging rig that I've got out there is that the image is just pretty noisy. And I mean, I guess that's to be expected from a small image sensor camera without, calibrating dark frames, right? So, what can you say? So, I'm hoping now calibrating dark flats and bias frames will make a noticeable difference in the noise, because that'll improve my that'll be an improvement in my images. So we shall see. My next door neighbor's got 3 cats. Non-cooled will be noisy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So my history, I don't know if you saw this in another stream or something, but I was doing astrophotography back in 2014 and 2016. Then I quit. You know, life changed, and then I just recently got back into it in the last few months. And so back in 2016, I was using my Canon 7D Mark II DSLR, uncooled, obviously, because it's DSLR. And those images are very clean. Those images look really nice. I can show you some of that data. Okay, very exciting. Now that is calibrated. All right, so here is my, let's do this one first. Process icons. Screen transfer function. So this is with only flat calibration frames. Whoops, let me hide. Okay, only flat calibration frames. And here is the image that we just stacked with calibration frames. So, is there a difference? Maybe let's zoom in on the flame area. Oh, look, we can utilize the new trick in PixInsight. You hold Control and drag this over, and now they are linked. Do you use 24-bit STF? I can, right? Now I click on it, right? .24-bit STF. Yeah, now it's turned on. Okay, so we're gonna look at like the difference. Do we have the one on the left is without the calibration frames, the one on the right is with the calibration frames. Always use 24-bit. Gotcha. I am struggling to see a difference. I doubt you'd be able to tell on the stream. But yeah. You know, maybe worth the effort, but where did your histogram read on your flats? I don't remember. All I can say, what I know on my flats, I know on my flats, I had to do quite a bit of trial and error to where they would actually calibrate and correct vignetting and dust modes and stuff correctly. I suppose I can. I think it was in that range. It was in the right range. but I think we can look. I think so. This is a flat frame. Yeah, this is a flat. And okay. So so this value is quite a bit lower. You were saying something like 25,000, right? Let me bring, we can, yeah, so we can read this, yeah. Yeah, the number, right? So you were saying you aim for like around 25,000. So this is quite a bit lower. Yeah, these are quite a bit lower. But I remember, I know that I went through this. I know that I tried it, and something wasn't right. And this was what I landed on that actually calibrated the frames and made them, made them look better. So, yeah, flat shipping. Yeah, these look dark, right? These look too dark. And I know I like, but I mean, I guess we could try shooting some new flats. I can't explain why or how, but I know that I went through this, and I know that I looked and I'm like, those are too dark, but like those were the ones that worked when I calibrated. However, now that I think about it, I think I was using Deep Sky Stacker and not PixInsight to stack them. Yes, right. So, maybe we should try taking some new dark flats, huh? Or sorry, regular flats. I'm not seeing any real difference. Gotcha. You think that's maybe why I don't see a difference? I mean, the image definitely looks flat calibrated. I mean, the vignetting is corrected. And there's also, yeah, there's some other issues that are corrected. So, but we can try shooting some new flat frames. I mean, I can't get actually right now. I just shoot the clouds, right? Let's give it a try. Why not? Gotcha. I'll try it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring the telescope inside. I think we can give up on tonight. It's cloudy, it's foggy, and I'm sure if it's foggy overnight, it's not gonna magic. The fog's not gonna clear. It's not gonna clear till the sun comes up. And yeah. So I've done flats like with my old rig, right? And it was like that. So yeah. Why I ended up with the flats like that, I don't know why. All I know is that that's what ended up working. But we can try it again. Why not? We'll try it again. Okay, so we're gonna shoot flat frames. I should change the title of the stream to Astrophotography calibration frames. Maybe I'll drink a beer while I do that too. That's something. So yeah, it's foggy. I'm gonna bring the telescope in. Give me just a sec. I already parked the scope, so yeah, I can just shut it down. Maybe why your normalization failed to. Yeah, so when I do trying to close in this. Yeah, so when I do background neutralization, I have to turn the upper limit like way up. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I have to turn the upper limit way up. So, okay, I'll be right back. WBPP, your normalization failed. Oh, did it? Okay. I have my white t-shirt. Hold on. For those of you guys that love cats out there, my cat does this thing. It's like one of the dudes. Like, she'll take a massive shit in the litter box and not bury it. She always buries a piss. She'll take a shit, not bury it. And then she'll come out here and then just like sit next to me like she's all proud. And then like a few seconds later just wafts. I go in there. Anyways, cats. You gotta love cats. Are you gonna shoot the flats inside? Gave him a slack for it. Yeah. I feel like, so my cat's like, I used to live with my brother and then some other friends, and it was always dudes around the house, you know. It's always guys. So guys are farting. So there's like, so I figure it's like she's just trying to be, part of the crew or something like that, I don't know. So Let me see if I can. So I can point the webcam. You know, it's definitely a mess over here. But yeah. So you can see the telescope. Yeah. So you can see what I'm doing. And then so we're gonna try to shoot some new flat frames. Some fat ass flat frames. And I realized too that what I can do, I can set up a new display capture or window capture to grab the remote desktop. There we go. And then I can make this so you guys can actually see it. Just need to scale this a little bit better. Then I need to put that. There we go. There we go. Now we can kind of see what's going on a little better. Connect the devices to Nina. And let's see. Camera's connected. There we go. So it's connecting to the mount. And there we go. Okay. Oh, that loaded PhD. Oh, interesting. Oh, freaking Nina is so great. I've been loading PhD manually, but Nina just does it automatically in the background. How cool is that? Now I know. Mount. I need to unpark the mount, and I'm pretty sure I need to set a tracking rate. And then I know we have the flat wizard. What do I use for a mount and scope? I have check my YouTube page, Eurovant. I have a 2-part video on that, actually. The mount I designed and built myself. It's a harmonic drive mount. And the scope is a Rokinon 135 f2 lens, camera lens, with Uranus Player One Astronomy Uranus C camera. Okay, so now we will go to the flat wizard, and you click the slew to zenith button, and there it goes. So it's slewing. Yeah. Whoops. Trying to point the camera at the telescope there. So it's just this little guy here, this little rig, which is super fun and it's super cool, and just having something little I can just, I can put it out on the balcony real easily. So it's pretty great. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky, and so I just use my tablet for a light panel, and yeah, so okay, so your event, you were telling me histogram mean target. So that's where you want to look for, you were saying like 25,000, right? So I'm gonna crank. Yeah, so that's like 30%, right? 35, 30%. 30% histogram mean target. That shows me 19,000. I'll start there. I think that was about what we were saying. And then, yeah, a little bit of a tolerance range. And min exposure time. Well, I know it's going to be more than 0.4 seconds. So, okay. Then, so now I need to get like something total 100% white on my, and the only way I have found to do that so far is to do a blank Google Docs document. I'm gonna have to set it to light mode. Where is that? View and light. There we go. So this is not ideal, but you know, it's what we have to work with. Around 25 to 27K works for your camera. Yeah, but I think 30% is kind of what they say. So the tricky part here is so the t-shirts on the t-shirts on the lens on the telescope. Let's set the tracking rate to stopped. I think no, because I don't want it to keep moving. So if it's not perfectly level, like t-shirt and then glass, so it's very slippy, so the tablet wants to fall off. I really don't want to break my tablet. Like it's not perfectly level. Flats only need to be 1 to 5 seconds for you anyways. Yeah. So I got this Velcro strap. So I'm gonna try to like awkwardly sort of Velcro strap this thing onto there. Wish me luck. It's really lame because, yeah, it wants to keep sliding off. So I need like a way. Oh, like this thing. Oh, heck yeah! All right. I need to like strap it down. Interesting. That's a very a kind way of saying it. You could have said that's an idiotic way to do that. Really, you're so dumb. Okay, so this is a like a self-sticky ace bandage kind of thing. So I have to like hold it up there. You're right. If it's pointed straight up, it shouldn't fall, but it's not because my tripod legs aren't perfectly level. Like they're level when, like I guess I could try leveling the tripod. Yeah, even still, like if it's so slippery because the glass screen on the tablet, it's so slippery. Like it just, I mean, I can. So the thing is, I can hold it, no problem, right? But I have to like click. So I have to click the. So I have to run over here and click the start button, and then hold it. But I have to hold it on the thing while I'm doing it. I guess. Okay, hold on. I can be a little bit smarter. I just have like so much stuff in the way. I suppose I could just move the telescope over here. Wow. Sometimes I smart. I went to college. just on this thing. It's all good. It's all good. Look at that. Okay. So holding it on there, and then I hit the start button. Now it's supposed to do its thing. No! Ah! But then the screen brightness dims. So that's another thing too. You have to like keep touching the screen, or else the screen brightness will dim. No! Ah! God damn it! Okay, this is really. When I touched the screen, and then it brought up the frickin' keyboard, which makes the white portion go away. All right, let's try this again. All right, here we go. Hey, I appreciate you, your event. I feel you. I could take a telescope off the tripod also. Wait, did that do it? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your advice. And we're going to shoot some new flats here and see how we can make this work out. So, let's see. Did that shoot? Oh, it did. It shot him. 0.16 seconds. Yeah. Okay. So, let me see. Hide. Okay, so here's the new flats. So, I'm guessing that's better, right? Histogram. Yeah, it's at like right around 21,000. So kind of like a third. Here you can see the histogram here. So let me zoom. You can see that. So that's the histogram now. And those are 0.16 seconds. A whole second longer? That's 0.16 seconds. And the Flat Wizard like did its thing. I guess we can try a couple of them, right? Like you don't mean a literal second, right? All right, I'm gonna just save those first. Got you. Just a little bit more. I'll do a couple. Copying those over now. So I'll have a couple of different tries at it. What's up, Zach? How you doing, buddy? Glad to see you here. These are regular flats. So the reason we are going down this rabbit hole is we started with trying to calibrate dark flats, and wasn't quite looking right. Yeah, got you. Yeah, so I'll set the histogram target mean to 50% now. And we'll see what it does. All right, here we go. It's running. Ah. So the screen brightness turns down. Okay, trying again. No, stop. Thank God. So I'm using this tablet, and the screen brightness auto dims, which is really making this not great. So I'm gonna check the settings. Yeah, so I'm gonna check the display. Adaptive brightness is off. Screen timeout. Yeah, screen timeout is on 10 minutes. Why is it automatically freaking dimming on me? So annoying. It is off. The auto brightness is off. It literally, it's off. It's like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I feel I'm also using this is a Google Docs. Like if I just made a JPEG that was 100% white, it would make this a lot easier. All right, trying again. Here we go. Hit start. So far, so good. There we go. It's running. Bro, the AI is just taking our jobs. All right. Okay, so those were 0.29 seconds. So, like, that's kind of what I would expect, like, a flat should look like. Right? I mean, that's more like a gray. Yeah. And I don't know how well you can see those on the stream. There's definitely, like, vignetting that's going to correct for. So that was there, like, in the dimmer ones. But then there's also, like, this, like, blue. It's real faint. But there's, like, a blue kind of horizontal streak going down through here. I think that's a light leak. So, all right, so we'll try 0.29. All right, back to. All right, where's the histo now? Should be right smack dab in the middle, brother. I set us at 50%. Yeah. Right smack dab in the middle. All right, so we got him. 0.29 seconds. So now I'll take accompanying dark flats. Your Vant, brother, don't let me keep you up. If you need to get to bed, you know. Appreciate all your advice. But yeah, it's late too for you in Florida, huh? On the East Coast. Okay, now we need dark flats and whatnot. So, let's see, snapshot folder. And, okay, so we need to put a lens cap on. I'm just gonna stick with 20. Make sure it's in the dark room. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I don't really have a way to put it in a dark room, but I am gonna wrap this bandage around. The seams where where the camera and the lens interface, because I do think there is a slight bit of a light leak. I think it light leaks around the filter drawer. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Zach. We were supposed to do some live astrophotography tonight, but it got foggy, which was totally not in the forecast. I want my money back. Okay, so let me bring back up remote desktop. You guys can see. So I'm just gonna go. I've got the lens cap on. And I'm going to shoot my dark flats at 0.29 seconds. And I'm just going to go target name DF 0.29 S. Yeah, you're down in San Diego, right, Zach? Is it clear down there? This fog like rolled in like an hour after it got dark. It was foggy this morning here too, but it was good for some of the night last night. It's been just kind of misty, hazy, for a while. Okay, dark flat, 0.29 seconds. Take a shot. Okay, there we go. 1, 2. Yeah, I should change the name of the stream title. I don't know if I can. Can I do that? Yeah, I know you can do. I know you can change the stream title on Twitch. Astrophotography. Calibration. There we go. I changed the name on Twitch. I don't know if I can change the name on YouTube. Yeah. Hazy on the horizon. Yeah. Yeah, because the fog. Thank you for the follow, Morse Libre. I'm doing okay, brother. How are you doing? Or sister, sorry. I didn't mean to assume a gender. I'm doing great. Thank you for being here. We were supposed to be doing some live imaging tonight, but it got foggy. So we're working on calibration frames instead. See if I can improve my images. You're a brother. Cool. Cool, man. Are you a fellow astronomer, astrophotographer? So now I gotta make 20 dark flats. No, not really? Okay. No worries. Astronomy is amazing. Astrophotography is super cool. And it can be a kind of a thing. Yeah, this isn't the cool part. This isn't the cool part. Here's the images we're working on. This is the cool part. This is the cool part. But it's a lot of work and a lot of tedious stuff to get there. Yes, right? Yeah. So we're trying to make this more better. And it's a lot of work to get it to this stage already, which looks great. I'm really happy with that. But it can be better. And we're trying. So that's what we're trying to do, is to make that more better. So I need to shoot 20 of these. Those Milky Way kind of stuff. This is the Horsehead. This is Orion's belt. And this region is known as the Horsehead Nebula. So if you're familiar with the constellation Orion, these 3 stars here, 1, 2, 3, those are the 3 stars in Orion's belt. And I have 18. I want 2 more. Okay, we'll kill that light back there. Okie dokie. All right. So I should have 20 dark flat frames now at 0.29 seconds. Well, the telescope has to go outside into the cold. So, which will be on normally would be on my balcony right out here if it was not cloudy. But in order to get the really good images, you need to go to the dark sky sites, and that would be up in the high desert right now where it's quite a bit colder. And I was planning to do that this weekend, but the forecast was iffy. I'm in Southern California. So it's like the worst light pollution you can get here. But this was shot with the light pollution, so you can still do, with the right equipment, you can still get some really cool stuff in the light pollution. Okay, so I've got 29 dark flats, 0.29 seconds, and 29 flats, 0.29 seconds. Let's calibrate this image with that stuff and see if it gets better. Yes, I get a shitload of vibration on the balcony. It's it's kind of a it's not a very sturdy balcony. It's definitely a wooden balcony. So like I set the telescope up on the balcony and then I come inside and I do the imaging, right? I don't walk around out there on the balcony while it's imaging. Actually, if I am really softly walking, it won't. Especially because I'm a pretty wide field of view, it won't really break the images. But longer field of view, yeah, might be an issue. Morsi, I'm not from the web creative community, but I just happened to I was sort of invited, I guess, from who was it? Low Bass Guy. Yeah, so maybe that's how you found the stream. So he's, I think he's trying to recruit me. Balcony vibration is the bane of your experience. The bane of my experience right now is clouds. Your dad's dermatologist just had a 15-foot by 3-foot diameter pier installed. Wow. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, I'm glad to have you here. I mean, if you're interested in, astrophotography is part science, part art, right? We're kind of doing the science side of stuff right now. We'll get to the art in a little bit, but yeah. He's getting a plane wave telescope mount package for $35K. Damn. I wish. Okay, we are gonna go to script, batch processing, weighted batch pre-processing. So, let me get this set up. Bias frames are the same. Dark frames are not. Clear. Add my new dark frames. So, dark flat 0.29 seconds. Add those. Flats clear. Plus flats. My new fancy 0.29 second flats. Open that up. I have bias frames, I have dark frames, 0.29 seconds, flats, lights. Okay. Ha, money, money, money. Photogrammetry. No. Let me get this running. Well, actually, I can kind of explain this. Yeah. Let me. I need to move some files around. Unfortunately, his folks died and left him a lot of money. Oh, yeah, that's how unfortunate. Plus, he probably makes good cash as a dermatologist, right? All right, let me see. Orion. Sorry, guys, a little bit mixed up here. Oh yeah, this is Orion's belt. Okay, I'm gonna do a new folder. 0.296 flats. Okay, 0.29 second flats. Select. Okay. So Morsi. So this image is a total exposure of, I think it's 6 hours. 6 hours of exposure time. Now that's not in one image. That is in 81 frames. Star Traveler, Get some sleep, brother. Thank you for being here. I look forward to seeing you another time on the stream. Thank you. Yes, 6 hours and 45 minutes of total integration time. So what it is, it's 81 individual frames of 5-minute exposures. So you set the telescope up, and normally this would be out on the balcony, but that's the telescope right there. I'll get you a better picture of that in a second. So what you do is shoot a series of long exposures, so 5 minutes. So I have 81 5-minute exposures for a total of 6 hours and 45 minutes. Now I would like to get more data on this, more like 10 hours or more. But this is what I've got so far. I can't get more right now because there's clouds or fog. And so what you do is you have all these images and then you combine them together in a process that we call stacking. You stack them on top of each other. And by doing that, you can save the good pixels, reject the bad pixels. And that increases the signal to noise ratio so the faint light stands out against the background or the light pollution. Let me show you an individual subframe. So these images are already stacked, and I'll show you how much better that looks than. I don't think it's at all like using logs or LUTs on video. So here's one of the subframes. So this is one 5-minute exposure. So you can see, like, there's not a lot of detail in that. I feel you. Yeah, like logs and LUTs are like, I don't really know how those work, but it has something to do with, I think, like a database. And so it's like mapping colors and brightness values, something like that. This is quite a bit different than that. Yeah, changing the color space. Yeah. So that's what you do to the like processed images, right? So, the main difference is, with astrophotography, you're compared to regular photography or videography is, when you're dealing with astrophotography, you're dealing with super low light, right? Super dim light, right? So like even when you're shooting with a stills camera or a video camera, terrestrial photography, you've got like a ton of light, right? When the sun is out, there is a lot of light. It's plenty of light, right? Even in low light conditions, right? But in astrophotography, we're gathering extremely faint light, right? So where you need the a 5-minute exposure, the image sensor exposed for individual photons to hit the image sensor, for that amount of time. So it's quite a bit different process. Anyways, I'm ready to stack. So I was explaining, so these are my subframes, and there's additional calibration frames. So I have bias frames, I have dark frames, and I have flat frames. And I'm gonna run this post-calibration. Drizzle, run, continue. Trying to get the exposure as long as possible. Yes. Exactly. So if you think of like a light bulb, any source of light, that you can, any source of light that you can see with your eye, right, is like a shitload of photons, right? An absolute fire hose of photons, right? But these images, these objects in space, they are very dim, and your eyeball can't. Like some of these things you can kind of see with your eye with a really big telescope, but most of them you can't, even with a really big telescope, or you can just barely see. So Yeah, because they're very faint sources of light, so there's very few photons, and it takes them a really long time to get to the Earth, right? These things are like thousands of light years away, or millions of light years away if we're imaging galaxies. So, yeah, you really just want, so you want two things. You want the largest telescope you can get, the largest light bucket, as we say. And behind me, that's my big telescope. That's my 12.5-inch telescope. I can't do astrophotography with that one, unfortunately. So you want a really big light bucket, the biggest telescope possible, and you want an image sensor to collect those photons. Yeah, so the analogy is like rain, right? Big bucket, big telescope, big light bucket is going to collect more raindrops, more photons. And same thing for the image sensor itself. The larger, the image sensor, and the more sensitive it is, then the more photon, the better it's going to be able to pick up that signal. So yeah, it's super cool stuff. I mean, it's like, it's space. I mean, space and astronomy is super awesome, and it's a good time to talk about that because this is running this stacking procedure in the background, and I like to show off my. I like to show off my CPUs. So now it's taken all those 81 individual raw images and it's combining them. It's aligning them. It uses the stars as a pattern to align all the images. So it aligns them and then it calibrates them with the calibration frames that I shot. So it's just absolutely hammering all 16 cores on my CPU right now. Which makes me really glad I bought the 16-core CPU. You must be a photographer or a videographer, Morsi, since you know the term LUTs. If you know about LUTs, then you must be shooting raw video, huh? Shooting in log and then color grading with LUTs. I did a little bit of that. Played around with color grading. 3D artist. Oh, okay, very cool. Are you working in like Maya or 3D Studio Max or something like that? Do you stream that stuff? No. The CPU is water cooled, baby. It's not. There will be no fire. Well, it's at 95°C right now, so yeah, it's actually pretty warm, but. That's as hot as it'll get. You do Blender. Oh, cool. Yeah. I've wanted to kind of learn to do a little bit of that. Yeah. Oh, you do music too? Oh, awesome. Cool. I'll follow you. Yeah. It'll be cool to check out what you got working on. Yeah. So I'm a mechanical engineer. So I do CAD design. So I do 3D design in like 3D CAD design in parametric software like SolidWorks. Yeah, you're welcome. SolidWorks, Fusion 360, stuff like that. I'm a SolidWorks expert. I think I can confidently say that. Doesn't mean I know everything about SolidWorks. That gets pretty deep, but yeah, I'm definitely an expert at parametric modeling, CAD design. But doing the sort of the Blender, 3D animation type of stuff is something I've been interested in. It would probably frustrate me because it's not the same thing. Yeah, SolidWorks is yeah. I do engineering stuff, so yeah. SolidWorks is kind of a love-hate relationship with SolidWorks. Well, there's a lot of like free CAD software now, and you can learn how to use that. You can do pretty much just as everything you can do in SolidWorks. Like Fusion 360, you can get that for supposed to be able to still get it free for hobbyists. They kind of keep changing their licensing stuff around. I don't know exactly what it is now, but But then there's also really popular is Onshape. They have you can use Onshape for free. That just runs in your browser, and that's supposed to be pretty good. I actually want to try Onshape. And yeah, Onshape's supposed to be pretty good. So. Okay. Yeah, I thought I've heard about that. I think I've heard somebody mentioning that you can do some level of parametric modeling in inside of Blender. So really set the dimensions on, instead of just drawing a cube, you can set the dimensions on it, like 2 inches by 1 inches or whatever. So you tried it a bit. Cool. Right on. Yeah, so I don't just do astrophotography. I also I built the telescopes, right? So I designed and 3D. So I've got my 2 3D printers. My telescopes I designed and built out of mostly 3D printed parts. I don't have enough cable on there to really show the telescope very well. I can get more light on it. Yeah, that's not a very good view. 3D printer, I have 2. I have a small one. I have the Voron. I have a Voron V0.2 that I built from plans, and I have the Trudon 2.0, which is a derivative or a clone of the Voron 2.4. Of course, yes, I do have YouTube video. Yeah, I think ! YouTube. Did I set that up? Hey, from Sweden. What is up, JW? Glad to have you here. I hope, well, is it super late or super early in the morning in Sweden? It's super early in the morning, I guess, huh?
Wow, it's very nice.
Oh, wow. Dude, that Borat shit that's still one of the funniest. That was one of the funniest movie I've ever seen in my life. I literally fell out of my chair laughing in the theater the first time I saw Borat. Like my abs are hurting so much that I'm falling. Can you guess which scene in the Borat that made me fall out of my chair? 7. Where are you at, Morsi? You must also be in Europe or something. How's Sweden, JW? Thank you for the follow too. The string. No, the string part. No, it wasn't that part. That's my YouTube channel. Switzerland. Wow, getting the cool. Getting the European audience. The early morning, Monday morning European audience. Welcome, guys. Glad to have you here. Yeah, check out my YouTube channel. I have videos about the telescopes that I designed and built. The most recent videos I put up are about this rig right here that I used to get these images. And then I have a video about my big telescope back here. Oh, you've been waiting 3 weeks. We haven't had a whole lot of clear skies here either, so I feel your pain. Are you a fellow astronomer, astrophotographer, JW? Awesome, Morsi. I appreciate you. All right, very excited. Astrometric solution done. Image stacked. Okay. You just started. Cool. What kind of gear are you working with? And I just got another notification that you're following me. I think I saw that before, but thank you. I appreciate the follow. Oh, I know why that did that, because I changed the scene. Oh, that's kind of weird. That's like a Twitch overlay thing. Okay. So, Moment of truth. Will this be any better, any worse, any different, or the exact same? Well, you've got a new mount, Celestron AVX. Okay. 6-inch SLT. Do you mean SCT? The Schmidt Cassegrain? Guide scope? It's expensive. You just started. You're just yeah. Welcome to the excitement. Okay, is this better? Was the question. And it's we're doing some pixel peeping now. And this is the type of thing that, you know, how's this going to show up on the stream? I don't think you're going to be able to pixel peep very well with me. So what I've got here is I have 3 images that are all calibrated slightly differently. And this one on the left is the most recent one I've done. And I'm looking at the noise. We're seeing, like, is the noise better? That's what I'm looking at. And I don't know. I mean, the color is slightly different, but that could just be, you know, the calibration of the colors, which will happen yeah, which will you know, work itself out. So I have some old tutorials for PixInsight. Oh yeah, Morrissey, yeah. So that's like one of the big challenges with astrophotography is the Earth won't stop rotating. We'd be in a lot of trouble if it did. But because of that, you're trying to take a 5-minute exposure of something that's moving. So you have to be able to track it. So yeah, so you have to have a fancy mount, a telescope mount that tracks the night sky. And then on top of that, you usually have to run another mini telescope we call a guide scope that locks onto a guide star. Yeah, it gets pretty wild. So JW, on my YouTube channel, I do have tutorials for PixInsight, but they're old. They're back from many years ago when I was using a DSLR. You can check them out. They may be a little bit useful to you, but they're pretty obsolete. There's a lot of new tools now that are just like so much better. So, yeah, you've only done planets and the moon. Yeah, I feel you. You have deep sky is great. That's how we usually. That's the rabbit hole. Yeah. So I have a mostly custom system. Morrissey, I designed and built them out. On my YouTube channel, there's a couple videos about it. The most recent videos. The software is open source. I didn't write the software. Yeah. You have a DSLR, cool. What DSLR are you using, JW? So, yeah, it's different. The one on the left is the most recent one. And, you know, we're just kind of wondering, like, is the noise better? And I think the only thing I can really do is process the image from here and find out. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it's a pursuit. I mean, I like building stuff. I'm an engineer, and I like challenges, and I love astronomy and astrophotography. So it's like build telescopes. A Canon 1000D. Oh. Is it modded, JW? I know an Astro mod on a DSLR would be, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know it. So I have a lot of images. Let me show you, since we're talking DSLRs and we're talking this image here. Let me show you my Horsehead Nebula pic with a DSLR. So this is the same region, just rotated a bit. Bro, your English is like perfect. People always say that are non-native English speakers. They always say, oh, sorry for my English. Like, your English is perfect. Your English is great. So this was shot with a DSLR. From the desert, from a very dark site, like a Bortle 1, like the darkest skies you can get. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, but the main reason, like, that Astro modded camera. Okay, so that's Horsehead Nebula. So the stock DSLR filters block a lot of the H alpha signal, like 75% of it. So, if I remember correctly, so this pink shows up pretty good because it's pretty bright. But let me show you. I'll show you an example of an image where you lose a lot of data. Is Thor's helmet. So this is a super cool object called Thor's helmet. It's also shot with a DSLR, and everything that's, you know, the bluish green is an oxygen signal, right? But there's on the like edges of here there is a faint H alpha signal, the pink. And you can see I like just barely have it here. But so with more integration time it would show up. But you really need like an Astro modded, either an astronomy specific camera or the DSLR modded to allow that H alpha signal to pass through. Yeah. Oh, cool. I got you, dude. Yeah, cool. Yeah. You need to remove a filter from your camera. So DSLRs, all consumer DSLRs have filters to block light from getting to the sensor. No, the mirror is fine. So the standard, it's a filter that's like, it's like glued on, or it's like mounted in front of the image sensor, like deep inside your camera, right? It's not in front of it's like they manufacture them that way. And they do that on purpose because they block the light that your eye can't see, which is what you want for taking pictures of, you know, things on Earth, right? So, but those filters block some of the light that is in space that we want to capture with the camera, which is mainly the H alpha signal, which is the pinkish, the deep red pinkish color. So yeah, there are clip-in filters. So those are things like noise pollution filters. So like, I mean, ideally you'd want to do both. You'd want to Astro mod your camera so you can allow that H alpha signal in, and then use a clip-in filter to block the light pollution. So it's a couple. There's a lot to it. I mean, you know, you can, you know, there's not really a wrong answer there. So the main advantage you'll get. The main advantage you'll get from a real astronomy camera is cooling. Only $1,000. Yeah. Well, welcome to Astrophotography, brother. The main advantage you'll get is cooling. So the astronomy cameras will have the proper cooling units on them, and that makes a big deal. I just changed that today. The channel points. I can't. It's hard for me to say. recommend a camera. I've been out of astrophotography for many years, and there's so many products on the market now. I don't really know. The camera that I'm using is the Player One Astronomy Uranus C, which is actually a planetary camera. It's this little. It's actually a planetary camera, but it does really good for deep sky also. The main disadvantage is that it's not cooled. Oh, sorry, you got an ad. Let me know when you're back. It's not cooled, no. They do make a cooled version of it. So, cool. The best cool camera. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that question because I'm kind of in the same boat. Like if I was gonna buy a camera, which one would I buy? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not much good for advice on that. But I want to work on processing this image a bit. So this is my new calibration one, and the colors look a bit different. We're gonna process this and see what we get. I'm just gonna close these. We'll just work on the one. This is new calibration frames. That honestly, that would be if you're just starting with deep sky astrophotography. Start with what you have. Don't just go dumping tons of money. If you've got the gear, learn to work with what you have first. Because astrophotography is a rabbit hole of just cash. The Horsehead Nebula, yeah. So this is Orion's Belt with the Horsehead Nebula. Okay, so I need to subtract gradients. And one thing I think that this new calibration that I've done is the background gradients are much less. So that should mean that when I subtract gradients, they'll be even better. So I'm just going to use Graxpert. Hey, Morrissey, thank you for being here. Glad to make a new friend. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do more of this stuff. I think it's cool, and I'm gonna try to do some like CAD design, 3D CAD, SolidWorks streams in the future as well. Because the astrophotography stuff is I'm mostly an amateur. Like I only sort of kind of know what I'm doing. So, but when it comes to CAD design, product design, 3D modeling, I definitely know what I'm doing. So then I can be much more of an expert, and much less just playing around, right? Yeah. Cool, brother. Yeah. I'll I definitely have some projects coming up, and I will. I'll have to make sure I, work in the streams with that. Thank you for being here. Okay, background subtracted, and I think I'm already thinking that this is. Maybe it's quite a bit better. All right, we'll see what I get. Okay, so now I need to color calibrate it, and for that I'll use spectrophotometric color calibration, which is a mouthful, and anything that is technical sounding like that, it's got to be good. I need to make a preview of background, which is like this, and actually maybe that's not background. I think I want to preview over here, because that actually could be signal in there. I'll go from preview, hit OK on that, and then we run that. You're thinking of trying M33 tonight for the first time. Yeah. I think you were asking me if I had Galaxy photos, and I do have M33. That's my M33 shot. This was from 2016, so that was shot with a DSLR. It's not a good target from the light pollution. It's pretty dim. The surface brightness on this is pretty low. Pretty nice, right? Yeah, it's pretty good. I've reprocessed this data recently, and it's much better in the new processing. Okay, this is color calibrated. I do. Andromeda. Both of these galaxy shots were shot from dark sky sites up in the mountains and in the desert where it's quite dark. This is one I want to revisit, actually. Redo Andromeda. Okay, that is color calibrated, looking very pink like it should. Thank you. I like it too. Yeah, it could be better. I could show you areas in which it's not great, but we're focusing on this image for now. All right, color calibrated. Now we run Blur Exterminator. Yeah, well, but learning to identify the ways in which it can be better, that's how you improve. So, I am quite happy with this image, but I just want to know how it can be better, so I can improve on it. So, Blur Exterminator, then Star Exterminator. Oh, I definitely, yeah. I mean, it's funny to look at this and be like, oh, it's not that great. No, it's cool. Yeah, and it's very, it impresses people. So, yeah, I mean, to be able to do this is great. It's kind of like, you're always your own worst critic, But that's how we improve. Do I have? I don't think I have that. I need to set up my commands. The link to my Instagram's on my. It's like in my about me. It's on the page, but I do have Instagram. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is looking like pretty freaking good. I want to go back now. So this is my newly calibrated one. I want to go back. I need to get my previous calibration out. I'm going to go through all these steps on this one, which is the same image but calibrated differently. The flats were calibrated differently. So I'm going to, I think my new calibration is quite a bit better. But the only way to know is to go back and work through this one. So I'm going to work on that real quick. We do Graxpert to remove the gradient. We'll do all those same steps. So JW, are you imaging from, you said Sweden, right? Or sorry, Switzerland? Switzerland or Sweden? You imaging just from your house? How's the light pollution like there? Sweden, gotcha. Further north. You're my second Swedish Twitch friend now. I have another Twitch friend. His name is Dryson. He streams Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's pretty dark, yeah. Do you know what the Bortle level is on the Bortle scale? I need to do spectrophotometric color calibration. You don't know. You can look it up. Just do a Google search for like a light pollution map, and it'll give you like an overlay. It's like a Google Maps overlay, and it'll show you what the Bortle, Bortle. I think that's right. The Bortle scale. Yeah, Bortle, Bortle scale. It's a scale of how dark the skies are. It goes from like I think 1 to 9. Yeah. So like Bortle 1 is like as dark as it gets, and then Bortle 9 is as bright as it gets. So where I'm at, it's like a 8.5 or a 9 where I live. Okay, let me kill that. Now we run Blur Exterminator. But you can look up like a light pollution map, and it'll show you how bad the light pollution is where you are. If you're in a city, chances are, you know, any sort of, you know, medium to large city, you're probably in an 8 or a 7 or an 8. Oh, 5. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, you're much better than where I am. So you'll do much better with galaxies where you live than where I live. And in the wintertime, you get a lot of dark hours up there, too, huh? I bet, do you get much sunlight in the day? I guess it depends on how far north in Sweden you are. Subtracting stars now from this image. Yeah. It was supposed to be clear tonight. The title of this stream was, you know, live astrophotography. We were supposed to be doing some imaging tonight, but didn't happen. It ended up being foggy. So, okay, got the 2 images now. What time do I have now? It is 10:43 p.m. where I'm at here. Okay, so the one on the left is my like new calibration frames, and the one on the right is the old calibration frames. The question is the one on the left any better? Why can't I? Oh, you have to hold control. That's it. There we go. Yes. You subtract the stars. You subtract the stars, and then process the non-stellar, the nebulosity or the galaxy, if you're shooting a galaxy. Process that separately from the stars. And there's a couple of reasons for doing that. But the main reason is when you stretch, when you make them non-linear, when you brighten the nebulosity, you want to be able to do that independent of the stars, because you want to make the nebula really bright, then the stars will get really big and bloated. So that makes a big difference in your images. So we're pixel peeping. The left is the new one, the right is the old one. And the question is, does it look any better? And it's really minimal. Yeah, it's really minimal. Yeah, StarNet's great. Yeah, the only reason I'm not using StarNet is it was like not compatible with the new version of PixInsight. PixInsight just dropped a new version, and it kind of broke the StarNet. That's not entirely true. It's not compatible with PixInsight with Blur Exterminator. It gets complicated. So I think the noise is better on my new one. It's a subtle difference. It's a really subtle difference. You know, was it worth the effort to do it this way? Meh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll look once I really get going on it, then I get deeper into the processing, then maybe. PixInsight looks so hard, dude. Yeah, PixInsight is it is a rather unintuitive program. It's if you're used to using Photoshop, then it's like you have to unlearn everything you've learned, right? Like it's a completely different type of program to use. But it's worth it. PixInsight is, well, check out Cyril. People really like Cyril. I've never tried it. It's free, from what I understand. PixInsight's kind of expensive. Yeah, Cyril. Yeah, try Cyril if you haven't already. People recommend that quite a lot. And if I was new to this, that's the direction I would probably go in myself, I'm sure. And honestly, especially when you're starting out, and what I'm doing with these images, like could probably do most of the same stuff. The main thing that you don't get in Cyril is these fantastic plugins. The Blur Exterminator and Noise Exterminator plugins are super good. So one sec, guys. Okay. So the one on the like, which one is better? After running the denoising, can we see a difference? Can I see a difference? You think the left looks better? The left should be the better one. It's a subtle. If there is a difference, it's quite subtle. You think it's sharper? I mean, it's going to be hard to pixel peep, with the compression, streaming over the internet. The sharpness should be about the same, like the amount of detail. Yeah, if there is a difference, it's really subtle. I think the one on the left is perhaps slightly better. I do think there's an improvement in the chrominance noise. Again, it's super subtle. I didn't really expect this to be a significant improvement. These different calibration frames. No, I do not use an ASI Air. I use a mini PC running. This is my mini PC. Oh, this is Nina. Use a mini PC running Nina, which does all the all your sequencing. All your it does everything that you need for capturing data. And actually, since I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and park the telescope. So, yeah, I don't like the ASI stuff. From what I understand, the ASI products tend to only work. It's like you're in the ASI ecosystem. So it's like if you get the ASI, then you have to get the ASI camera, and then you have to get the ASI Air and everything. Yeah. Yeah. You have the mini PC. Yes. No, it's doing remote desktop. This is a remote desktop window. So it's remote, it's wireless. So I think there is still a little bit of chrominance noise. Yes, wireless. And I can address the chrominance noise. Just gonna hide that one. Oh, and now I forgot. No, it shouldn't matter. The stars should be the same. Actually, I need to gotta take a piss. Be right back. All right, now I'm back. So I can do a little bit to address the chrominance noise on here. And to do that, I'm gonna take a luminance mask. But I need to stretch the luminance. I have a little trick here. So I need to stretch the luminance mask. So I'm gonna stretch the luminance mask. But I wanna like crush the black, the really dark areas. Like there, like that. only one filter. This is a one-shot color camera, and I use the Optilong L Enhance filter. So this allows transmission of red and blue, a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. So it's hydrogen alpha and oxygen 3. And since this object is almost entirely, well, most of this is hydrogen. That's why it's all red. So I'm gonna mask the bright areas, and then I'm gonna apply. I'm gonna make a preview actually, and this is the area that I want to clean up. And this is gonna be a very subtle change, but then I use the multi-scale linear transformation tool. It is basically, yes, a light pollution filter. Yeah, there's many different types of light pollution filters. So this is so I call it a dual narrow band light pollution filter. But you could, I mean, it's not really just light pollution, so. Yeah, and I think I really need to just turn on, need noise reduction on higher layers. Off. Go a bit higher than that. There we go. I think that's what that might be a bit too aggressive. I want to bring that amount down to 0.5 on that layer. So this is a super subtle change, but when I go to saturate the image, then it'll start to make a difference. I can kind of explain what's going on here. I'm reducing specifically the chrominance noise. So you can have noise in luminance, which is the brightness, and you can have noise in chrominance, which is the color. And you can have both of those. They're kind of independent of each other. So the Noise Exterminator plugin does an outstanding job of removing the luminance noise, but it tends to leave behind a little bit of chrominance noise. So I removed it manually. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this on the stream under the compression, but that's the before. And so there's a subtle little bit of, there's like some purplish and some greenish in this area that should be like mostly not color. So that's the before and that's the after. And now it's just kind of grayscale in there. And that's really subtle. It's really subtle now, but when I go to push the saturation up to bring the colors out, to make the colors pop, that's when it'll make a difference, because then I'll be saturating all this chrominance noise will get saturated, and then so you have these like, you know, purple and blue areas will show up in there. It shouldn't be there. So by removing that, well, they shouldn't be there. Okay, I don't need that mask anymore, and I don't need that preview anymore. So now we are ready to make this a nonlinear image. So now if I re-auto stretch it, it's going to look way too stretched, but that's okay. We won't stretch it that far. I'm going to reset that. I'm going to apply that. And I'm going to change this to... change the image identifier so I can read that better. Is ISO 400 okay for deep sky? The answer to that, there's a way to determine what the ideal You're going to need to do some Googling on that. There's a way to determine what the ideal ISO or gain value on your camera is. It'll depend on how your sensor performs. I'm not going to know that, but I know that there is an ideal setting. So you'll need to do some Googling on that. It will probably be higher. Probably be something like 1600. So we're working on stretching the image now. I can show you how I selected the gain value. On my camera, on astronomy specific cameras, they're going to call it gain. On a DSLR, they're going to call it ISO. It's the same thing. It's how sensitive, it's how much voltage, how much current you're running to the image sensor. So I can show you how I selected that value for me. And we've made this image nonlinear. And I think this is much better than what I had. One way I'm going to be able to tell is I'm going to go to processes on narrowband normalization. I'm going to play with narrowband normalization. And I'm not going to do this, but I just know that this is where that noise would stand out. And I do think this is an improvement. Without showing you the before and after, it's kind of hard to explain what's going on. But I do believe this is improved. I think I've been successful. But I'm not going to do a narrowband normalization on this. These are the right colors for me. For this image, these are the right colors. Not bad, huh? Not bad. Let's take a look at that. So I've processed this in the past, and let's see. This is my previous try at processing this image. So I'm not done yet, but this is I think I'm able to pull out a lot more faint details here now that are kind of get dropped off or get cut out. So let's do some local histogram equalization. What focal length? This was 135 millimeter Rokinon 135 millimeter camera lens, but the camera that I'm using is a really small image sensor. It's like a 1/1.1 inch image sensor. So it's a big crop factor. So the equivalent focal length is the equivalent focal length on a full frame sensor is about 455 millimeter, I believe, which is nice for these kind of larger targets like this. So I'm gonna make a mask. Range selection to make a mask. And I used local histogram equalization. And the setting of one amount of one is always too much. So I go pretty subtle on this. Let's see, I'm at 0.4. Yeah, maybe a little less. Don't want to overdo it. Yeah, it's you know, the longer the focal length, the more difficult. The longer the focal length, the more challenging, the more you know, absolutely perfect. You have to have everything else set up. So for starting out, it's for starting out, this field of view that I have, a focal length of around 400 millimeters, is kind of ideal. Yeah, you're feeling it. That is it. I'm at the point where I really want to start trying to push the focal length. So I would like to get something that's more in that like that 900 millimeter range. You just start OnlyFans to get money. Hey, if people are willing to pay for it, you know, you won't get any hate from me. Okay, so now we do more local histogram equalization to kind of make the detail on the horse head there pop out a little bit more. That could be cool. Yeah, I'm at this stage now that I really want to start trying to push the focal length, but it's definitely a better approach to start wide, you know, start wider, you know, especially if you're new. And since this telescope mount I built myself, I really wanted to make it as easy on myself as possible. Start wider, and then you know, and then make it more difficult, right? Get things working really good, you know, at the easiest case scenario, and build on those successes. You know, then you get really nice images like this to play with. And so probably a nebula, you know, from the light pollution, something bright. Right now it's the Orion Nebula. Orion Nebula is super big, it's super bright. To get Orion, either, or maybe the Horsehead Nebula. Actually, what I'm processing right now, both are in a good spot in the sky right now this time of year. You can pretty much shoot them all night long. Andromeda is also large, but the light's dim, right, from the galaxy. I mean, the core is not. The core is super bright, so you can get that anywhere. But to get the good details on it, you need dark skies. So, okay, now we do some. Now we just go into curves here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. So we're gonna maybe cheat. The Flame Nebula is supposed to be yellow. So I can play with the curves and with like the saturation, with the hue. And no, not that. So I can sort of, but I don't want to change the color of the whole freaking image. This is the area where like I'm just not. When it comes to like fiddling with colors, I'm just not really very good. Oh, the Pleiades, yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Pleiades also. So I'm gonna try making a mask around the Flame Nebula area, which is supposed to be kind of yellowish, right? Yellowish. I do have a photo of the Pleiades, yeah. Let's see this one. I should go back and reprocess this with new tools. I could make this look a bit nicer, but it's pretty nice. This was shot from a dark sky site, so you can see a lot of this, a lot of the dust here, IFN. So, yeah, that's pretty nice. I should reprocess this, and I can sharpen the heck out of the stars, and make it. It's pretty noisy. I could, clean up the noise. Maybe we'll reprocess. We'll save that for another stream, I think. So, but what we were looking at is, so Horsehead Nebula, this region should be kind of yellow. So I wonder, can I, somebody earlier was chatting, and so he made a mask of that area. I don't think that's going to work very good, but we can try it using SETI Astro's Fame script. That's what he said he did. I don't know. Maybe that guy was, you know, maybe that guy was kind of sus. But we can try it. So but how much? Right? It's kind of. We want shift click. And we want to blur that quite a bit. Okay, that made a mask. So now we've masked off the flame nebula area. Now we can come into the curves and play with the curves to try to change the color just of the flame. And actually, honestly, that maybe doesn't look too bad. Like maybe it's kind of subtle, right? But that's. Oh, look at that! Oh, there. Maybe that. Maybe. Do it in a couple of stages here. It's kind of cheating to use like a mask like that, but have you seen the curves and levels that use much to bring out the data, right? Have you seen that curves and levels use much? Not quite sure what you're asking. But you end up doing a lot with curves, yeah, to tweak and bring out the colors and stuff. So now I'm just going to start globally pushing up the saturation. Yeah. So yeah, in PixInsight, I mean, you can do that, but there's more sort of data-driven, accurate ways of doing that. Then I just use the curves to tweak, kind of just to tweak the colors. But there's kind of more using the histogram transformation tool is where you tweak the levels to bring out the object, and then the curves, you know, is really just kind of to fine tune it, right? So. There's this reflection nebula here, and I want to try to saturate that a bit more. So I can bring up a preview. So here I can just use this to saturate just like the green-blue area. A subtle but welcome difference. Yeah. Put a little bit more color in there. You can close that. Okay, and I think now is the time. Well, I'm going to add the stars, but actually I need to Photoshop out, or I need to Photoshop, clone stamp out these ugly star halos. I do. I saw my 12.5-inch Dobsonian is pretty good for imaging planets. And I have a nice series of it's a pretty big telescope, yeah. So here's my Jupiter. Had a good night of seeing. Got some nice shots of Jupiter. Pretty nice, huh? Yeah, I was pretty impressed with what I could get out of that. I could maybe do a little bit better, but I need to get that out again. We haven't had good seeing in a long. You need really good seeing. For the planets, it's really a matter of having, because you're shooting like such high magnification. You really need really good seeing, and I don't get that very often. So, and I have Saturn, and Mars will be in opposition. Mars will be in opposition, like in a month. So that'll be the time to image Mars. The focal length is about 1,600 millimeters. So here's my most recent Saturn. Saturn, tough to get details on when the rings are super edge on like that. But pretty nice. So. Okay. So I need to remove these ugly halos. But before I do that, I'm just going to add this. Oh, I need to stretch the stars. Auto stackered, yes, for the planet. Yeah, auto stackered for stacking the, doing the stacking on the planets, and then registacks to sharpen the planets. Still seems like those are like the tools to use, right? So. Okay, got my stars, and to stretch the stars, I do SETI Astro, narrowband to RGB star conversion script. And so I select, let me just call this stars. Then I'll rerun that script here. SETI Astro. NB to RGB stars. There we go. That's what we want to see. And select my stars. Apply star stretch. I want 3.5. I think. Yep. Execute. And this script runs. Now I have my stars, and they should be right color and everything. So, a kind gentleman told me about StarsBack script. And I should just be able to run that. And that looks weird. I don't think I like what that did. I'm gonna try it the old way. Oh, you know what? I used it wrong. I know why that looks weird. I used the wrong star image. Script HLP StarsBack. That looks like what I was expecting. Yeah, I think I have an improvement there. So we're trying to compare that to my previous time processing this image. That was my previous one. And yeah, the new one definitely able to bring out a lot more of this faint stuff. Cool, but I'm not done with it actually. I'm gonna go back. I need to actually clone stamp out. One of the downsides to the filter I'm using is it has really bad halos. It may be, I don't know if it's just the filter, if it's the combination of the filter and the optics and the camera, but these halos are really ugly. And the only way I know how to get rid of them is with the clone stamp tool. So that's what we'll use. I use a radius of 40 and a softness, very soft, like 0.95. I'm gonna drop the opacity down a little bit as well. And so now you just have to go through here and manually clone stamp out. And I like to take a click, click, click approach to this instead of like dragging and painting. I find that gives me a more natural, sort of subtle change to it. If you click and drag, then you'll end up like, you end up getting this kind of smearing pattern, which is really ugly. So we don't want that. We're just trying to get rid of these halos. Some of them are really faint. I probably don't need to worry about those. But like this one will look really ugly, so I'm going to get rid of this one. It's probably okay. The mount is my own design. I designed and built my own mount. It uses harmonic drives, like all the popular mounts these days. There's videos about that on my YouTube channel. My most recent 2 videos are about the mount. I actually built the mount like a year ago, but I built it in specifically an Alt-Az configuration, so I couldn't use it for astrophotography. And at the time, I was not interested in astrophotography. I was only interested in visual astronomy. And yeah, I fell back into the astrophotography rabbit hole. And yeah, I do have a guide scope. Yeah, I added the guide scope. So I'm just using a little, it's like a 30 millimeter, like the cheap little 30 millimeter SV Boney guide scope. And SV Boney guide camera. It works great for what I've got. It works fine. I'm satisfied with it. So. All right, we're almost done. Yeah, I tried to, I started without the guide scope. I was hoping I could get away without needing a guide scope. This was a tricky area because that's a really bright halo. Yeah, I was hoping I could just do unguided, you know, especially since it was kind of long or such a wide field of view. But yeah, that turned out to not work. That spot there is a little bit fugly. Okay, maybe we're looking not too bad now. Yeah, it's pretty subtle. Yeah, I was hoping to do unguided, and I was doing like 60-second unguided subs, and I thought it was good. And then upon closer inspection, I realized that I was throwing away like maybe 20-30% of them because they were a little bit smearing. It just wasn't very consistent. And so I added the guide scope, and now I do 5-minute exposures with like, the only time I have to throw away an exposure is if there's like clouds or, you know, I bumped the tripod out there or something. Super reliable. I think I've got them all. There's another little... I think I'll leave that. I don't think I want to mess with that. I think I got it. Alright. Done clone stamping. Script HLP, stars back. Orion belt. S. Execute. Boom. There we go. I think I'm calling that done. Holy crap, it's 11:30. It's past my bedtime. Yeah, that's pretty good. I am happy with that. I think I'm happy with that. I mean, I am happy with that. The question is whether or not, you know, it's a you know, an improvement on where I was. I think it is. We'll kind of have to do like a before and after kind of thing, but actually I can bring this in here. So, you know, I can sync them. Is the one on the left better? This color here is might be able to do a better job on that, but just kind of having a bit of contrast there. You know, when you zoom in, it's, you know, maybe doesn't look that great, but when you zoom out, it's nice. I think it's nice. So you can see I definitely was able to, and it could have just been the way the way I stretched and processed that, but there's definitely quite a bit more of the faint HA signal. Like here, there's almost none in this image. And, yeah. And then look at the... It's a subtle difference. That's definitely better. It's brighter, so. Hey, have a good breakfast, JW. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I look forward to. Yeah, check out the Discord. If you want to join the Discord. Ignore that little bit about soaring flight. I need to update that. I thought I did update it. There's so many things to think about. Anyways, check out the Discord. Join the Discord. And would love to see your would love to see your progress, what you're working on, your gear. You know, if you have questions, you know, happy to answer them in there. So, and then would love to see just what you're getting. So, But yeah, fun chatting with you, and have a good morning in Sweden, right? Sweden, a new Swede friend. Yes. See you. Good morning to you. It's good night to me. I'm going to bed soon. Check out this binary star here real quick. This is cool. Big star here and then little star. That's fun. So, yeah. So, anyways, my new calibration frames and that stuff that we messed with tonight, it is better. It's subtly better. Definitely not dramatically better. Shouldn't expect it to be dramatically better, but I think it is better. I think mainly because the field ends up flatter, and I don't have gradients. Because I think it was my my flat frames were not quite correct. Now I have better flat frames. So I'm quite happy with that. And now I'm really interested to go back and reprocess some other images and see if those can be better. Particularly this one. This is the Christmas tree cluster and Cone Nebula. And this image I have not been very satisfied with. There's the signal is faint in here and the noise is not very nice looking. So I'll save that for another stream, maybe tomorrow or another day. We'll mess with that. But yeah, for now we'll save this one. And I think I'm gonna save this one and call it a night because it's 11:30 and yeah, I should probably get to bed. I was hoping to do the live astronomy tonight. I need to save this. Today. Yeah. I think that's about it for me. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do any live astronomy tonight. Darn clouds. Or fog. I think it was fog. But the forecast, I think tomorrow is bad. No, I think the forecast is, well, okay, maybe the forecast, let me look. I think the forecast is better tomorrow, like early on, or most of the night, and then it gets bad early in the morning. I'm going to check here. Let me push that button. Looking up the forecast here. Monday, it's going to be kind of iffy. Yeah. It's going to be probably similar, hazy on and off high clouds kind of stuff. Tuesday, maybe. Wednesday, maybe. So there's perhaps a chance for another live astronomy live stream later in the week. But, I don't know. If not, maybe we'll do another stream processing some images. Now that I have these new calibration frames, I can do a better job. Slightly better. I'm curious to see if it'll make more of a difference on these images that have lower signal to noise ratio. Because if the noise is better on those, then I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. So, all right. I am ready to get off. It's kind of late for me. Thank you guys for being here. It was a fun one tonight. Even though it wasn't what I set out to do, I learned a bunch. Thank you to JW for the follow, and we had Morrissey Libre, a couple of new friends in Europe. Very cool to meet new friends from all over the world. Let's see. We also had Cat Black Art. She followed me. Oh, that was earlier. That was before I started streaming. So, and thanks everyone on YouTube for being here as well. All right, Dave is signing off. Good night.